Hello chat, we are finally there, the finals of the Wingwoman tournament. Welcome everybody. It will be an absolute banger. Winter and I will be here for you for the remainder of this tournament, for the remaining matchup between Surrenderers and some chill girls. Probably, like I tweeted it yesterday, two of the most impressive mixers I have seen by far in the last few years. Gotta say, you know, cutting out Odd One out because there's like something special. But Winter, how are we feeling about that final?
Oh, I'm excited for the final. I know before when we were opening up the group stage, I was talking about the predictable finals. You can see Heroic or some of the invited teams, alternate attacks, making it to the grand finals. But then you also had that different narrative of having these mixed teams. Like obviously Surrenderers and some Chill Guilds are made up of teams that we might possibly have seen before, like there's the NASA Ignite core on the side of some Chill Guilds, but it's more of having this sort of off-season tournament and an off-season sort of get-together of these players that are actually making it to the final. So there's definitely sort of a bittersweet taste in the sense of you're not getting the teams that we were expecting to make it far into the tournament, like your Heroics, like your alternate attacks. But then at the same time, we are seeing these mixes really pop off, and it's sort of a little bit of a showcase for them as well going into the 2025 season.
Yeah, we talked about a lot during over the course of the tournament that it's a showcase. It's an opportunity, especially for the young talent in the Tier 2 region, to show themselves off to the world and to present their skill set in an official setting against the best players in all of VCT Game Changers EMEA. Because let's be realistic, those two teams, I feel like both of them are not quite the surprises that the names might suggest that they are being here, because everybody on those two teams were in the Game Changers EMEA in this year except Bobby. Bobby is the only player not to have been in Game Changers EMEA in this current year. So it's a more or less surprising outcome to see both of those teams here. Yes, you know, the course of Heroic or alternate attacks, they're playing longer together and they have a better environment currently, I feel like, compared to you know, just some mixed team coming together. But in the end they prevailed. They had less, you know, I don't really want to say less of a struggle or less of something going in their head, but yeah, in the end they were just the better teams in the outcome and won in a very, very nice way for me.
I mean, you're talking about the winning and the teams and the outcomes. Let's actually get that bracket up so we can see how the playoffs really transpired. Obviously, we weren't around to cast all of it, so just having a little bit of a quick look back. Obviously, the first round, it was surprising to see how early Heroic and also alternate attacks went out. Some of these more tier 2 teams in the Game Changer circuits, like Blackhand, like Formulation Gaming, really having their opportunity, showing up against some of these, like we were talking before, the teams that are in the main circuit of GC EMEA. And then also you can see there's been a little bit of a rematch going on. Obviously, you can see that 5th match there, the semi-finals. Surrenderers already played some Chill Guilds, and they were the ones that got knocked down to the lower bracket, having to make that lower bracket run, taking down Blackhand, taking down Formulation, and then also 3-0ing Focus. So it's definitely been a long route for them to come back into this grand finals. Yeah,
and you kind of have to say, yeah, Focus probably not the name people were expecting to necessarily go this deep into the tournament. They got a 3rd place in the end. You know, they dropped out of Game Changers EMEA during the season and also lost to alternate attacks in the DACH finals. But I feel like they got on a run at some point and they found a real identity as a team compared to some other teams in the tournament. So I gotta say, give huge shout out to Focus for playing a really clean bracket and for playing, yeah, an exceptional tournament. In the end, I think they're one of the bigger surprises for me, especially coming off that devastating loss in the 3-0 fashion in the Project Queens finals a few weeks ago. But still, they couldn't come over Surrenderers. Elysian kinda got back at them. She played on Focus during previous splits, so in the end, the revenge story in kind of saying it completed for her here. And yeah, with that, we're going into this grand final of those kind of more mixed teams that are not in an organization currently looking for a team, and maybe, you know, it leads to someone picking them up afterwards for the current split for the upcoming year of Game Changers EMEA.
Well, talking about upcoming, talking about how they got here, this is a rematch, and I'm just interested to see if we're going to be seeing some of the maps repeated. So in that first best of three, we had Haven, Bind, and Split. So as we get this veto up, let's see if any of these maps are going to be repeated, because obviously for the side of just some chill girls, you're going to be feeling confident going into this matchup anyway. But is there any way Surrenderers can turn this map veto around Akamask?
I mean, from what we are seeing here, it's Haven and Bind back. Ascent also, like, not the most surprising map for me, because, you know, those are kind of the fundamental-based maps. They banned out both maps that are more or less coming down to map execution, and I feel like everything we have on the table here is very fundamental-based. Everything we have on the table here comes down to who plays better Valorant in a core. Compared to, for example, Pearl and Abyss, where creativity takes a little bit more of a space, especially on Abyss, where rotations are so long, where you can play a lot about creative map movement, about creating angles and positionings. Like Ascent is, you know, a very figured out map. Same goes for Haven, but Haven Bind, and kind of also Split. Yeah, they changed Sunset a little bit, but still, for me personally, fairly fundamental based map.
I mean, fundamentals of Valorant is it's an FPS game. You have to click heads. And just talking about the veto, staying on topic in the sense of, obviously, just some chill girls came through in that upper bracket. So they are going to have that double ban advantage coming into this. Talking about that map order, do you think that's going to really affect them in the sense of, for the side of Surrenderers who are coming in this realistically as the underdogs in this matchup, if you want to take recent history into account, along with how well just some chill girls have been playing throughout the tournament so far? The fact that we're going to Ascent, Haven, and Bind, two maps that we've already seen these teams on, is that going to affect it?
I feel like it comes down to how is Ascent going. If I remember correctly, they won against Focus on Ascent yesterday, so they have some more Ascent experience under the belt after their loss. In my opinion, it all comes down a little bit to Ascent. If Surrenderers lose that first map, I see them go down 2-0, and you know, we all know how it feels going down 2-0 in such a series where so much is on the line and the stakes are so high. Already starting off badly could really hurt your momentum that you were kind of building, right? You won that best of 5 against Focus yesterday. You are kind of in a situation where momentum is building up for you as a team, where you used those wins in the lower bracket to ramp up some speed, to give yourself some confidence going into this upper bracket final. And yes, while some chill girls are the favorites for me, because you know they won against Surrenderers in their first outing. Surrenderers played insane in that lower bracket run. They had a really good showing. You know, against Blackhand and against Focus, both of those matchups were incredibly dominant at some point, we have to say. Especially Blackhand struggled a lot against the Surrenderers team, and they might show us another face of them compared to the last outing.
And talking about any players in particular, because for me, looking at the past matchup, I think it's easy to go by the stats in the sense of looking at that series in general. You have Sapphire, who's gone plus 30 in 3 maps, right? And we were talking about, yes, all 3 maps are the best of 3, but plus 30 is an insane statistic to have when you're on that Cypher, or the Viper as that sort of lurk component going into it. So definitely one of the players to look out for. But that, in my mind, it doesn't necessarily raise too many concerns in the sense of, why is the Cypher getting plus 30 in a series? Where are we lacking coming into that? But across the board, sure, on the maps that they were losing, got a little bit rough, but everyone seems to be shooting back at some point or another. So for me, from both of these teams, because we saw when we were casting Surrenderers earlier in the opening matchup of this playoffs, it was okay, wow, everybody has an opportunity to pop off. And especially going into Ascent, the composition that they normally run is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the M80 Shopify Rebellion comp. Just instead of the Yoru, they run that Jet. And for me, that is a little bit of a concern going into it, because how well are they going to be able to adapt and use that double sentinel, especially since they're starting off on attack?
Yeah, you said it, and you kinda need to utilize the map movement with the double sentinel combination very, very well. You need to have some idea, and you need to, it's something you more here in other games, but you need to find tracking onto the movement of the enemy sentinels, because if they start making the map really, really stretched, if they start stretching out and spreading out, you kind of need to find windows where you can catch enemy sentinels and enemy lurks off guard, and you can't really just let them play and move around freely. So it all comes down for me to how well can you track enemy sentinels on attack, and how well can you stop them from getting onto site, because after they're on site, things get rough, because post-plant against double sentinel Cypher Deadlock, we all know how this is going.
Yeah, it doesn't normally go great. So let's see if we're actually going to be seeing that composition, or we've just been completely waffling about a deadlock cipher for absolutely nothing. So if we can get that agent composition up, and yeah, Surrenderers going in for that deadlock cipher. And just some chill girls, it's that default composition. You have the KO, the Sova, the Jet, and realistically you can swap that cipher out for a Killjoy any day of the week. But for me, there's so many different aspects both of these teams' compositions are pulling from, in the sense of just some chill girls. You have that KO, so you have some really good playmaking. And for the side of Surrenderers, I feel it's the opposite, right? You have such good utility to stop the playmaking from the side of Alkiran and that duo of Devil Axa as well.
Yeah, you kind of need to be creative with your positioning on the map with the double sentinel composition into the KO. You can't get tracked by the knife. You can't get your setup to be shut down by him. And if you manage to avoid this, things can get fairly easy on defense. Because it's just like hard to crash onto sides into, Sentinel setup 1 and Sentinel setup 2. But still, I feel like with the Jet in the mix, the Surrenderers comp is kind of lacking a little bit on offense. And we will see on how the first half develops will, in my opinion, dictate how the whole game will go, how the whole map will fall. Because if Surrenderers fall down very, very far and fall behind very, very far on the first half, it might get problematic on defense for them if they don't manage to play good or even great around the KO.
Hopefully we can get into the game soon, because there's so many different theories, different win conditions that we can hypothesize about and just talk about what could be coming up. But I don't think we can really say much until we actually get into the game and see how both of these compositions, and specifically the players in each role, are going to measure up against each other. Because for me, for the side of just some chill girls, I'm really looking towards the core of the ex-NASA Ignite roster to really shine through and be able to elevate the playmakers of this team, which you're looking at Alkia from BBL and Double Axa, who used to play on Odd One Out, played on Rebels, played on so many GC options along with Team Spain. So it's definitely experience and a wealth of it from that roster. And I don't think there's any sort of doubt as why this was the team that was able to make a clean up at bracket run.
And also, I have to shout out Drazix in the coach slot, right? It's also someone who gives a lot of good intel to his team, and also being a part of the Some Chill Girl lineup, I feel like helps them a lot, because you have this Nazar core with your former Nazar assistant coach, right? And those together have some history, have some identity, and Nazar played incredibly well, especially towards the end of towards the end of split 3. But I wanna shed a light on Bobby, because Bobby is the only player here without Game Changer's main event experience, being in the grand final. And I think this is something that we have to keep an eye on, because she, more than anyone else, has an opportunity to show herself on this first map.
I've been a Bobby lover since seeing her play at Insomnia, right? This has been a player that's been around the UK scene in general, whether they're talking about Birds of Prey, UK LAN events as well. And
we claim her for
definitely one of the, Yeah, I know you've stolen her, but I'm claiming her as my own from the UK, and especially looking at the tournaments that I've casted for iSeries in the Women's Cup as well. Again, one of the players that can step up when is really needed. And for me, I don't think the stress of the finals either is going to be too much pressure just based on the experience that they've had on stage.
Yeah, but Jademo already finding the first frag for Surrenderers. The opening has been found. Ori as well getting in on the action. Double kill. Sophia and Nami, both of the ult. Another Ignite teammates on the ground. Alexa, double kill in mid as well. Gets at least a little bit of constellation, but it's still a rough situation for them. Only Arkia and Alexa available and up and running.
Yeah, and looking at the post plan as well, you're not only unfavored in the sense of numbers, but also the utility is a little bit lacking. You can talk about the knife and the flash. That's going to be the real opportunity for them to get in. A flash goes to hell, a smoke comes out, so it's going to cut off even more angles, force them into this drop down, which you have players like Ori ready and waiting to collect. And that's a 4K in the pistol, already hitting the ground running for Surrenderers.
Yeah, the fight into 3 off of the side of Surrenderers was just chaos on Chillgod's side. Yes, nice shot here in the middle from the side of Jademo, but what swings this round around for the Surrenderers is just like how well Ori is fighting into that tree area with her mates. Now it's up to some Chillgods to find some angles and areas to open up the next round, at least make it expensive.
Yeah, and you're looking at the buys as well. You're realistically not kind of really wanting to invest anything. You buy what you killed, right? In the sense of you can see some of the players being able to bring into Bucky into it, or even a Sheriff. A flash goes through, second flash as well. Or he just is having an absolute bodyguard moment there from Jade. Fortunately not going down, but again, a little bit of an oversight, not checking all the angles. But the Gravnet, again, it's perfect.
And Ori surviving there is actually kind of a miracle. Okay, looking at the investment that some Chillgods took to take A main. Nami finds her fight as well, but Sophia is the one getting the kill onto Bobby. The luck is now down. The game is very one-dimensional now for some Chillgods. They need to rotate into the A side, and there is Arkia hearing all the steps, hearing every one of them, catches them off guard. Jademo's down. Wall dropped so nobody gets on site. The panic wall drop takes a lot of time off the Surrenderers. Timer, Sophia in the heaven, double kill. Shoots them down, game changer Sheriff moment for some Chillgods. Elysian all on her own now. Once the cage fades, she looks into everybody's gun barrels. Spikes dropped in Narnia. Take TP to just lure out some presence, and Sophia, number 4 with the Sheriff, shutting down all of the approaches, and that's absolutely catastrophic for Surrenderers right now.
We were talking about the pedigree of players from the side of just some chill girls, and you can see it shining through. It's just the individualistics of this. Obviously getting the first over towards B, picking off that flick of Bobby, but it comes down to these crispy Sheriff headshots over towards the A site, and it's just that setup, right? You were talking about how one-dimensional it got for just some chill girls, but it's for the side of Surrenderers that they got corralled into a box in the sense that they had to go out A. And with the time as well dwindling, Safia's position over towards heaven, along with the distracting antics of the teammates left on right of main, just put into a meat grind, and that's the second round on the board with minimal investment, right? It was realistically the main thing that got the kills there was the classic and also the Sheriffs of Safia. And with the investment that we saw Surrenderers come into it with, we had Vandals, we had Bulldogs, so it really is an expensive round for them and an easy way to pick up some weapons for the side of SCG.
Contact. Entry, Bobby. Not been checked by the knife, but now with the shots, more than just revealed off of the side for Surrenderers. They still want to commit to that B hit. A lot of attention there, but you are just running into a Cypher setup. The agent not seen as well. Sophia makes one, but struggles a little bit with the frag on Jademo. Ultimate now ready, but the Annihilation misses Torka by quite a bit. Grafnet out now, but Tokka can still shoot back. Jademore, nice frag around, and it seems like the teams with the bigger economy just don't want to win any rounds.
But look at the damage that's been done, right? Two of these players are within an inch of their life. The only issue is Bobby going to get cleared out of this angle? She does. Nami deals with this. So the rest of these players are on this site. Evening out the player count as well. The utility and weaponry has to be favoring them. They've only been able to pick up a Bulldog and a Guardian maximum.
Out the flash into the smoke. Jademore needs to be patient there, and Alkia with like 1 pixel above the ledge. That's enough. Delysian doesn't find a frag as well. Some chill girls convert their buy round. Convert, more or less the bonus round of their opponents. And with that, getting into the lead early, but they need to on that defensive end. Like, as we already mentioned with the double sentinel comp, you kinda need to win your defense against it.
And you can see how much the chip damage on the way in has actually come in to help them when the rest of the players are going for the retake. But you have to highlight Nami there as well, clearing out Pizza, making sure Bobby has no way back into the round, as well as taking away a threat of being boxed into a situation yourself where you have players to fight in the front, behind with the time ticking. Fast start to this round, a flash over and a dash down, but no one's home for the side of Surrenderers. They're heavy defaulting over towards B and A main. They've left mid open for grabs. SCG had a look in. I've backed off, and now it's going to be a re-clear. It has to be for the side of Surrenderers. They're just going to wait for the smoke to fade.
Some damage through the wall. Nothing really meaningful. Surrenderers very, very slow approach to that round. Big commitments, but also not quite as much space taken as you would like. Still moving into main areas right now. They need to re-clear a main patiently. Especially with the Omen threat and Vines. Still a possibility. Deadlock wall is available for Jademore to commit in the end onto that A execute.
Over there.
But the issue is, right, with this A execute, you can put that wall over towards Tree to stop any flood in, but there's still an opportunity to spam through. And especially with these trips, anyone who goes to close that door out could be meeting their death. But it's Nami that's going to be falling first, and Devlaxa tries to assist over from Heaven, but unfortunately, Safi isn't going to be able to utilize any of it. Trips, in fact, as soon as a play does get hit and goes for the spam, Ori's taking care of it, making sure to be that bodyguard of her teammate. And now it's a 5v2. A very clean entry onto site. Barely any damage done. It's only the deadlock you're looking at that's been chipped down.
A little bit of damage on Jademore. Nothing else really accomplished. Off the side of Sunchill gets Tokka. That's the one that draws first blood here on the Surrenderers. Drops down, finds the first player and under, but Jademore just too clean. A tad too crisp. Anita finds another kill as well. Taking the life of Alkia, and with that, Surrenderers equalize once again. Full buy against full buy. That's what they were looking for, and we still have another look at the entry. Ori perfectly times onto the web of her teammate.
Oh, it's such nice utility though, right? You have not only the net as over towards Dice, you have a drone as well that's ahead of the jet, so as soon as the jet updraft dashes into their own smoke, the ping is already there, so they can swing out with confidence, and you can see how well that worked out. And well, the reinforcements that they attempted to filtering from Heaven, again, with the site player down, there's only one other place to look. Heaven holds the angle and gets dealt with.
I mean, needs to crab walk out there fast. Now the grab has been pulled. Nami. Damage on her, but not quite finding the kill. It's a movement back from the side of Surrenderers. And re-hit B onto that lock.
The only issue that I'm concerned about is that this default from the side of Surrenderers is so A heavy, right? Mid is not a point of contention, and that's exactly what he has been able to find. Being able to walk down mid, and that's an opportunity now, given timing, to stop any sort of pushes into B main. Or even a quick flank, especially with that knife is going to spot a player out, right?
Alkia against Bobby. You need to find the real timing. You're onto the Sentinel. The camera should have spotted her.
Yeah, definitely.
If I'm correctly. Drone onto site. It's only Devlaxa that you have to deal there with. One player no potting towards her, and Bobby finds the kill onto Alkia. First player also already in there, and Loxa Anita finds one. Nami only able to trade one back. It's still a lead situation for Surrenderers, but that's gonna turn around quickly by Nami and Sophia, the triple kill with the Guardian. Once again, Sophia is the savior of some chill girls to bring them up into the front.
I really think she's just walked out of CT, stationed herself in the middle of nowhere, and has just been firing as that sort of suppressive fire, and it's been finding headshot after headshot after headshot. And you can see how heavy they're defaulting over towards A is biting them in the butt, right? In the sense of, especially after the knife information over towards B main, the push up from Alkia towards mid, they can rotate heavily in, and that's why you had so many players on the B side ready and waiting to fight the push in. This time it's a little bit of a shake-up. They're not happy with losing mid early on. They're deciding to send a whole party up to try and split into B.
Party isn't really nice. To some chill girls. Ori already towards side, but no dashes available. Limited mobility for the Jet. Now also down on her. It's on the secondary. Elysian only trades back against Sophia. Toka and backside, you have to deal with this one as well. And she gets two flooding into Boathouse, but not with Toka. Ori up in the air, gets that frag as well. Down to Alkia. Nice flood from some chill girls. Boathouse flood was the important one, but Ori is incredibly low. Blink of an eye, this round could be turned around by Alkia. Has all of the options to get this 1v2, but Ori is the one clearing out again. Double kill for her. And saving the round for the Surrenderers. An absolute back and forth right here, right now. But in my opinion, this back and forth absolutely favors Surrenderers.
Yeah, and just look at the difference though, right? In the entire round from what we saw of this heavy A presence completely leaving mid, and it's the adaptability, the shake-up, the conditioning that they are heavy A, ending A, especially with a solo look over towards B early on. They just completely run it up towards mid, catch the defenders off guard. There's no rotates in place, so as soon as the two players plus the Omen ultimate into backside is dealt with, they have a complete free reign of sight. Sure, it got down to the close wires in the sense of Ori being able to walk away with 5 HP, criminal, but for them, they're just going to be taking that, and if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, because look at this now, back into this heavy default, but this time favoring B, and look at where just some chill girls have decided to stack, right? Because this is the side that they've shown such early presence and early favoritism for already in this map.
And it's complete mix-up. I feel like Surrenderers really conditioned some chill girls to just focus on that A main area, focus on that A point, because the defaults of Surrenderers were just so A heavy in the beginning. But now if they execute, the rotation has to be quick. Bobby in middle, important timing and important positioning for her. And Sophia once again on the backside is the one that might be the savior for her team. Jademore has been hit by the Hunter's Fury once, has been hit by the Hunter's Fury 2, is down. Toka and Sophia just cleaning up everyone on the side take. It's falling apart quickly, but the Surrenderers is just on the shoulders of Bobby. And once again, Sophia with utility and with great and amazing shots saves her team, and it's a flawless 50 round.
That duo in utility, you have to take your hats off, right? Whether it's talking about the roots of these two in the sense of where they're coming from, that they've played together for so long, but it's the immediate reaction, right? Safia's there, she's gotten one just off the back of her own utility, and again, obviously that great shot as well onto the tagged up player, but off that, Toka's immediately ripped the Hunter's Fury, does damage, pushes other players out into the open, stops as well the flood down onto side, because they don't necessarily want to jump into a Hunter's Fury, because who would, right? And then Safia can again follow up off the back of it, and it's a complete shutout with the solo defender, right? You had one person B, and they could not get onto site.
Hunter's Fury in the end, the thing that turns around this whole fight, because the great utility, the great wires that catch two people off guard, combined with the solo ultimate, just had too much for the Surrenderers, but they are committing to another fast go onto side. Sophia and Nami already getting their frags, but it's only traded back and forth. Jademore finding the Cypher as well. Devil Alexa now in heaven. be able to find something, but it doesn't quite consider Jade Moss positioning up there at the box. But it's just 1 kill for the taking. There, Alexa. 2 for her, 2 in her pockets, and 2 rounds lead for some chill girls who are now finally finding a hold on their defense.
See the attempts to get into hell, wanting to play a double up under, just to really shut out any possibility of them jumping down from heaven, because that's where the rest of the retake was coming from. Unfortunately, gets taken out on the way, and talking about taken out on the way, Alkia's taken out on her way on a trip down into A main, gets netted by the deadlock utility. Some great counter utility coming in from Jade Mahal, and that nets an early kill for Surrenderers. So off the back of that now, they have an opportunity to reset. Keep the lurk as well over towards B that you can see Bobby in, just trying to poke and prod over towards that extremity, but there's a scaling up short.
Scaling up short is just met with nothing right now. Yeah, Bobby had a good timing there, going into the other off angle. Sophia didn't quite notice just yet. The deadlock wall, kinda problematic for her own team. Elysian pushed wide forward. Get some chip damage, but they really want to commit a fight into that area. They want to find Toka. Important into the backside for Elysian, just to get met with some attention, and also Bobby and Lane caught the Cypher ultimate in a perfect timing, calling out all of the rotations for the Surrenderers, and Sophia holding down B main. Nobody walks in here, no one walks away. And with that, it's just on Elysian. 1 versus 4 situation. Can Sophia close out the ace? Flash comes through, Elysian is blind. Sophia aces it down. 6 and 3, some chill girls just going away, running away with the game.
That is just so clean and crisp. And just looking at the scoreboard, right? She's having a whale of a time. I think she's something like 17 and 5. And just looking at this replay, other than the last kill, there's barely any utility to help her out, right? You have the flash onto the last, but everything else is just off the back of her own positioning, her own utility setups, and as well, just her entire aim as a whole package, right? And you're looking at this player, and you're looking at her as your sentinel. I was talking about it in the previous, especially in the previous matchup that we saw between SCG and Surrenderers before. Safia went +3. Like, this is just not normal stats as a whole, but it seems it's the normal, just a normal day in the office for Safia, right? She's just having a whale of a time right now.
Playing an absolute banger tournament, and right now, for me, the MVP of that map up until now, some chill girls, we have to take into consideration, this is the map pick of the Surrenderers, right? Ascent, they picked it. It did not came through in the first matchup, and then this second one they picked it on purpose to, you know, just mix something up in their map pool. They had a good showing against Focus on this one, who are a notoriously good Ascent team for me. Like, this ISO comp of Focus on Ascent works wonders in a lot of matchups. Right now, Surrenderers seem a little bit too over-eager on this map, and also, like, without much of a plan. Considering Safia just scores 17 on them.
Yeah, but look at this change in the setup. Safia hasn't played here before. She's normally that site player playing deep towards back site. Unfortunately, the net gets taken here off advantage, but still these players are getting tagged at the utilities. They peek through this, so she's doing it all herself. Akamask, Safia is showing sure. Toka and Nami chiming for the rest, and again it's against pistols, where it's just this player, the sheer aim, the confidence as well. 20 and 5. Akamas, look at that scoreboard. It is top heavy.
Safia just took out her Infinity Gauntlet and was like, fine, I do it myself. It's absolutely illegal that she gets 3 kills there, Winter. There is no way she scores 3. Like, she's in the net, she's full blind, and there is a deadlock ultimate on her way, and she's just like, I don't care.
build diff. Utility doesn't matter to her. You can net her, you can send an ultimate, you can send 3 plays, you can send even 5 if you want to talk about the couple of rounds you've just seen. Nothing can take this player down, and for the rest of the team, you're going to be sat there just smiling. You're doing the bare minimum, and you're up 7-3 already, and one of your players that aren't necessarily the ones that you need to pop off is just decimating. And talking about decimating, they've had enough of going towards the B side. This time they're running into A, and it might be working out for the Mathemath. Lycian and Jademar couple up for 3.
Jademar early kill, finding the early kills. Good movement from the Surrenderers. Good mix-up. Once again, this time Zafir already was over there. They still got through that setup. One round where she can't carry. Have Alexa, what are you able to do? Together with Alkia. Both of them might be able. The players that weren't part of this former Nasser Ignite core. And Alexa only able to find the trade. Only able to find one kill. For her liking, up there in the corner, no, Alkia finds another one, but the triple kill of Elysian closes out the round. Surrenderers find number 4
Last round
for their liking, which could be enough if they play a great defensive end. But still, a long way to go, and round number 5 would be beneficial for their next plans.
I mean, I think this round is kind of highlighted. Of course, obviously the entries are just really nice with that double up. The smoke as well towards Heaven, forcing the peaks. Otherwise, you can be in a one-way. But over towards Heaven, you have that deadlock utility, which is slowing down the retake ever so slightly. And it also gives Surrenderers an opportunity to get into positions where they're able to work off of the utility. But you know who does not use utility is a Jet, an operator mid, and a jump peak from top, and is absolutely shut down in an instant.
It's okay, Alkia. You can show off. It's okay. We talked enough about Zafir. You can show off now. It's okay. And I don't know what to say, Winter. Like,
it's some chill kills world, and we're living in it. Obviously not for Nami in this round, but the other two, these players popping off, showing the flashy capability. Not that we ever doubted it. These are players that are coming from T1 GC, from the BBLs, from the NASAs. And they've teamed up to create this team in the off-season.
Oh, the Grefnet is well set. Jademar commits on this one, gets the second one for her liking. But it's still only trades that were coming through. Alkia makes it 3. And makes the round for some chill girls. 8-4. Good first half for them. But now, a lot. And I mean this, a lot of responsibility is on Devil Alexa to find those sentinels, to find options to kill down the utilities of their opponents. But like, oh, that's brutal. Like, I don't know how to say this. That flick was just something else.
Well, she's doubled up for the flick. The first one through the wall on the jump peak. The second one a flick up through the wall to a headshot. My only concern, right, is we were talking about Zafir and we were like hyping her up, like doing absolutely insane. 20-7 being a key round maker and playmaker for these rounds, and a reason for a lot of the successes on the defense. Now that they're on the attack, on the other hand, you're going to be seeing her take up that lurking role already over towards B main. My concern is some of the other players of SCG are going to have to step up and be that spearhead, because you can't rely on a sentinel every round to get these lurks in without pressure somewhere else. This time the pressure's coming through mid, a B split, and only one defender left, but there's utility to help. There's deadlock utilities walk down, but it's only going to hit one player either side, so there's multiple players going to be shooting at Bobby. She's 8 HP, but she still manages to get one.
Bobby at least trades herself out. The side now sold to some chill girls, and that's normally the problematic part for the Cypher and Deadlock comp. Once your opponents are on site, you have struggled to retake it. No real flashes for them available, just a paranoia if they decided to buy it. From spam through the walls, doesn't find a target.
Hour and 5.
They kinda have to dry peek this one. Shock that's coming through, Jademar finds skill. Nami able to trade this one out. Tokka, another one for her liking as well. The lane flood doesn't work out as well. Alkia's double kill seals the deal. Some chill girls take round number 9. Now on the brink of double digits already after 13 rounds.
Dominant. You have to say,
It goes here.
4 rounds in favor of Surrender. Sure, they showed highlights of possibilities, some great round from individuals. You're talking about individuals and you're looking at players on the side of SCG, Safia, Toka, Alkia even having some really nice shots once finally that operator got out, because she never really got an opportunity because there was never really a chance. Alexa, not gonna give Ori a chance in this round, and already taking down an advantage, a number advantage, putting yourselves in the best position to get double digits on the board right here, right now.
Alexa finding that entry is absolutely crucial, what they were trying to do. Safia. Oh, it's Safia with a Sheriff again! 2 onto that A side. Nobody walks away from her unharmed. It's Safia's world, and we are just living in it. Statemore, last player standing. Safia casually makes the third one. You doesn't even need weapon advantage. If you have Safia on a Sheriff, running all over them. 23 kills in 14 rounds, Winter.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? If you're looking at this from the side of Surrenderers. It's not even the main weapon coming into this, like we said. It was the Sheriff, there's Bulldogs, there's Guardians. There's players that you're looking at to be the entry, to be the spearhead, and maybe they can rely on Safia on this attacking half.
They find the web again. Elysian. Good entry. Important one. To finally get a footing. The defense of the lost pistol round.
Yeah, that's such nice utility as well, though,
again,
right? You have that grab net going down as soon as they hear that dash and the paranoia as well. So they're expecting that deep A peak. Getting the grab net down forces them in an isolation of a fight, and obviously down on their butt when they've been sat down. An easy double peak, so that's a clean entry, right? And there's no trade possibilities for SCG to get back into it, right? So for the side of Surrenderers, they're going to be looking at that as a possibility and a way that they can stack towards sites and be a little bit more equal-handed when the sight hit finally does come through.
That will be, you already said it, a tad slower through that jet being that already. Anita spotted in the backside, Ori finds Safia in the middle, just some spray through smokes. Still remember, it's a bonus round for some chill gods. The Lurk of Nami and Ori as well, so a little bit closer to equalizing this one.
This
Only
is the only
one
player
player short right now, but the player towards A and short and hide it in Cubby. Jademore finds one, finds two, and it's just a meat grinder called Jademore. 3 kills in a row for her, and making it a near flawless round for Surrenderers.
Here.
A little bit precarious though, right? You have the ultimate coming through to bolster up the defense over towards B, expecting that B split, which sure, it was coming through towards the end, but as soon as this kill gets found over towards mid, that's a call for them to retreat, regroup back over towards A, and it's just one by one into the clutches of Jademore. Should she have fallen, that's a free bomb site for them and a free opportunity to get into a post plant. But right now, its only damage that they're able to do is get 1 kill on the board.
Doka casually finds Anita. Just some spray with the Odeon, you know, in moments where you're already not having your best game, there's also some unluckiness coming in. Spray through the wall for Toka. Probably effective, and now short-handed without your Sova, this round gets a lot harder for the side of Surrenderers.
And it's not even just your Sova, right? It's your only initiator. So for the side of Surrenderers, the only other opportunity to get information is with the camera from the Cypher or with peeks from players, right? And you don't want to necessarily be putting your players out to get that information, especially when you're 1, a player down, and 2, don't want to give another free kill over towards the side of SCG. But at least the camera is going to be spotting out some utility from Safia over towards main, which is already dealt with. For the side of SCG, they have an opportunity to pounce now, especially with those strips going down with that KO knife.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of damage, but Akia just rushes through that molly. Nami the one finding the kill in the end. Bobby just overrun on side. Zafia stays behind in main. Another casual double kill. Make it 3. You know, I can't even hype this one up again because Zafia is just doing this every fucking round. I'm sorry for the drop, but I don't know. There's just like no way she keeps doing this and keeps doing this and keeps doing this.
Mind your French, Ahmask. I know they are they are from that region, but come on, we're talking about this. Just some chill girls, 11-5, and I didn't even want to say it's just because of Safia, right? Because even when Safia is not necessarily the main player to hold it down, other players are stepping up. It's just they're not even getting a chance. The first line of defense, or the first line that they're getting going in for the retakes is Safia, and they don't even get past her. So how are they going to deal with the players left on site?
Yeah, like impossible. Then you're not even going through that first line of contact. Right? You find Zafia and she's just like, okay, then I take 3 and your round is over. And that's like, I don't know. It's just also, besides the fact that I think I really like the offensive approach of Surrenderers, of, you know, using fast KO util, getting onto site, not spreading up this much, not getting the map too far stretched. Besides of the fact that I like this one, it's also just tad of an aim diffing here right now, right? You know, it's just Zafia aims so incredibly well, and if Zafia doesn't do the job, everyone else can step up on the side of some chill girls. So it's just like a lot of guns you have to deal with, a lot of people that are just on good games that you have to deal with. And I don't really know if Surrenderers are able to do this right now. Again, fast KO knife, fast commitment onto this utility. Fast commitment onto the side. Jademore and Locks down there. This time it might have been too fast. Elysian is the one that gets 2 frags off of this one. The third one as well, just holding down the side. Zafia still alive, has the ultimate already used. Ori spotted. A lot of damage through the wall, but doesn't fall down as well. Zafia back onto side, and they're turning the round around.
Spike down.
Bobby only now gets the kill. Tucker knows where she is, can pick up the spike, and might even be able to plant this one. Both of the Surrenderers players are low.
Both low, and there's still a shot dart available as well, but cancelling that spike. There's still plenty of time to work with, and now the split up of the 2 retakers. There's an opportunity to isolate Feist, but not if you're going to go back into the corner, but it doesn't even matter. The readjustment from Toka comes through. Shock darts, they're going to have to be dancing, tippy-toeing around the positions because it's going to be a precarious situation. Both of these players are low. There's a dart as well up in 25, but regen shield, so Bobby's going to be at least with the advantage in the sense of it's going to be 2 body shots to close this out.
Bobby saw the positioning with the camera, doesn't find it. Tucker not tagged by the dart, could be sprayed through a wall. So Bobby in the advantage, you said as much, and this time it doesn't go some chill girl's way. Bobby just stays calm and stays too clean, plays her cards right, and the regen shield in, for me, a rare situation shows its worth.
Are you a fan of the regen shields?
I think it's too expensive.
Too expensive.
I think it's too expensive for what it's giving you, especially in pro play, since I feel like, you know, the reasoning behind people buying small shield is that you get one-tapped anyways most of the time, and it doesn't make a difference if you get 3 bullets into your body or 4 bullets into your body, you will die anyways, and it's the same thing with regen shield. And I think it's just like situational, it can be good, but why would you give up 250 more credits if you can just buy a small shield? That's just what I'm thinking about. But clearly they're not thinking about this right now because Bobby is just spraying down into the smoke already. Devil-Alexa able to trade this one back. Good flash coming out. Arkia committing onto this one as well. Elysian caught off guard in both house. Just as a drive-by Jademore. Here to resupply, but Nami and Toka already took damage out on them. And with that, some chill girls on map and match point.
Yeah, it was just a complete No fuss, no stress at all. Like, okay, guys, what are we doing? We're going B. Okay, cool. Let's go B. And that's exactly what they did. There was no sort of complicated mid-rounding, pushing and pulling of rotations. They just brute forced their way out of B main, out onto site, and with some flashes, and even dealt with the ultimate from Elysian to get back onto backside into Boathouse to reinforce. There was no opportunity for her to even have a say in the round. But this time, Ori wants to take this round into her own precautions. Blaze storms out, pushes down Cat, and is even able to pick up a kill onto Toka and get out to safety with a little bit of HP left. But the issue is B site is falling.
B site's falling. Jetmore still finding one frag for her liking. Sophia, another one, make it 2. And it's still the death wall of Sophia.
Just stuck.
It's placed onto that side. Nami committing onto Anita, trying to find a Cypher. And Sophia, who else would close out map number 1? An over 30 kill performance from her side. 31 to be exact. 440 ACS. What did we just witness, Winter? An absolute monster performance from Sophia. Top heavy board. You already talked about it. 119 eco rating as well. This is just statistical masterclass.
I mean, yeah, you've got 31 kills. Can't really argue about that one. Over 400 ACS. Again, can't really argue about that one. 4 first bloods on a Cypher. Again, majority of them you're looking at being taken when those full site hits come out, especially over towards that B site. But for me, it's more of the fact that this player has managed to not even just slowly, but consistently rack up multi-kills from the very start, whether it's in the beginning of the defensive to the late into the defensive round when there's rifle v rifle, there's loads of sight hits coming through, all the way into the attacking half as well. And sure, we didn't necessarily see much of it, but in the post-plant situations, getting multi-kills, and then on the entry, on the lurks, getting kills as well. So for me, this player has definitely got to be an issue that Surrenderers have to deal with going into the next map, because she is everywhere and she is being a pain in the backside.
Has a pain to deal with for Surrenderers right now to find angles to play around the Cypher, and I'm a little afraid going to Bind, which is a map pick of some chill goals, that it doesn't get really much better, because still their map pick, you can still play the Cypher and field the Cypher on there, and not the best of outlooks for some chill goals here, for Surrenderers here. Sophia is just an absolute menace, and if her performance doesn't go down in the current round, in the next few rounds, then this will be a really, really hard one.
Yeah, and Haven being the next matchup as well, you just gotta be looking at what kind of things are we expecting from this team? Are you going to be seeing neons, and as well as the Cypher being utilized on that map as well? The breaches as well is one that I want to look at, especially over towards Devil-Axo, who's playing on that flashes role. So for me, there's so many opportunities for just some chill girls to further their lead, but also, of course, it was on the map pick as well, but for Surrenders to have some sort of answer back as well on a map like Haven that's been around for a while, but has a couple of opportunities in recent patches and recent new Asian additions to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, let's see how this one turns out. How this one turns out on the next map, because Bind is an interesting one as well. And we are going to make a short break, if I heard my production correctly. And afterwards, we will be back for you with the second game of the Grand Finals, the map pick of some chill gods who are looking to get up to 2-0 here. And welcome back to the grand finals of the Wingwoman tournament. My name is Dalakamask and I have the great Winter with me. And winter is a good word because it's snowing in the mood of the Surrenderers right now. Like, that ascent was brutal of the side, especially with Safia dropping 31 and 440 ACS. Just an overall amazing performance of some chill girls. Winter, what can we expect from them going to Bind?
I mean, going into the next map is questionable, right? I'm pretty sure we're going into Haven next, and looking at this is not Surrenderer's map pick. This is a map that the side of some chilled girls are happy to play, are prioritizing in a best of 5 to bring it out early on and net themselves that advantage. So for me, there's definitely sort of concerns about how well the side of Surrenderers are able to bounce back, not only from a map loss, but a map loss in that regard, and then having to follow up by going into the second map, which is not your map pick, and something that is seemingly very confident for the side of some chill girls.
And especially like falling down 2-0 this early into a series can also be a problem for your confidence, right? You already lost against that lineup in a 2-1 fashion, which was fairly close, and also the matchup were fairly good, but still falling down 2-0, I don't really see many teams coming back from this one, because your mental fortitude needs to be so strong and so resilient to play every map so perfectly. And like, I currently don't think that Surrenderers can really do that realistically. Like, yes, it's a great team. I don't want to argue with this one, but falling down 2-0 against this some chill girls lineup who are so experienced would be a hard one.
And I think for me, if we're looking at what we saw in the previous snap, sure, you're talking about, wow, yeah, we've got a +20 performance from Safia coming on the Sentinel. But for me, it's more of the first bloods, right? When we're looking at the side of Surrenderers, they were actually getting a large majority of those entries. I think it was something like 11 entry kills. And the fact that they were only able to net 6 rounds off the back of that speaks to volumes about what we're going in looking forward, as whether they lose that first bloods, what is that percentage of conversion? But it's more of when they're getting it, when they're getting that advantage, it's slipping through their fingers. And from the side of some chill girls, you're looking at it like, oh great, well, we're not getting the first bloods, but we're still able to convert the rounds. And it really is off the back of some individuals getting those multi-kills and really putting themselves in the firing line to be that hard force, stopping the side of, well, Surrenderers even trying to advance in the round.
Yeah, and coming up with this one, you already said it, the initial parts of the rounds were going really well for Surrenderers, and you need now to find methods to convert that off. Because, like, normally in the situation where we play the double sentinel comp, the side holds shouldn't be the problem, but they were the problem. It was a problem to convert your lead into a round win, which normally shouldn't be a problem with that sort of team comp. So for me, this shows that you kind of need a change of identity in what you're doing right now. And Bind could bring this change of identity, because in the last outing of those two teams, the map went 13-7, and Surrenderers won in the end. So they are no stranger to winning on this one. They played the Vice team comp there, to maybe spoil this one a little bit and take away the fun if we're seeing the agent select in a few seconds. But they played the Vice back then, which is something I think is funny, but it could be that they mix it up a little bit because they're playing with Outside Sparkade, they're playing with Anita right now, and this could mean that the Vice is off the table.
I mean, also we're going into Haven, right? We might be able to see it onto Bind when we're going further in soon. You're getting the script wrong. We're not on Haven yet, Akamas. That's later on. Right now we're on Haven, okay? Bind is for a future moment, okay? So for Bind, is there anything that you want to say about bringing up from these two teams if you want to retrack and repeat there?
Yeah, last time both the teams met on Haven, some chill girls won 13-7, and they played the ISO team. They played ISO Jet as a team comp, which, you know, also a wild one for me. Surrenderers played ISO. I played ISO Jet, I have to say, also a wild one. While on the other side, some chill girls are a little bit more default and new Haven ideas with the neon double initiator comps, something that we really frequently seeing on Haven currently, not on Bind. But we're seeing the agent select.
Yeah, let's see the agent select. Are we gonna get a Bind comp, or are we gonna get some new looking Haven compositions? Okay, so
why are you mean to me right now? I just mixed up
the
two maps.
It's the time of the year when everybody's spreading joy and everything about Christmas, and I gotta be there as the Grinch to bring you back down to earth and make sure you're back down onto Haven, okay? Bind is for the future. Right now, we're looking at a Neon Breach composition for some chill killers, and obviously this is on the tournament client, so they're going to be playing on the old Neon, so the one that's still buffed up. There's no nerfs that's going to be affecting our Kia coming into this one, but for the side of Surrenderers, you're talking about a possibility of an ISO composition. They've decided to go more of that default. You have the Sova and the Jet, obviously the Cypher, Killjoy can be swapped out, but going for the Astra instead of the Omen is interesting, and I'd like to see how that plays out, especially on how they utilize Bobby's ultimates. Looking over towards those C hits we've seen in the past, or also some quick, fast plants over onto B. If they have that post-plant utility and positioning and setups already pre-thought out, it can be a really nice pace changer when we're looking at later on into their attacking half.
For me, it's just like the same base identity, but with some tweaks here and there. Because like Omen is better in contesting areas and in fighting into angles, while Astra is an agent that's, you know, you can sort of play like a second sentinel. You can sometimes lurk off team because you have this global smokes, you have the global utility, and also it's just an amazing post-plant agent. So for me personally, it's just some tweaks in the pacing of the game that you want to play, and also in the identity that you are having with those two team comps. And also, I think what for me is the biggest problem with the Surrenderers team comp, they play Killjoy instead of Cypher, knowing that some chill girls are fielding the Neon. And with the old Neon that's not nerfed, I think this might, I say might, this might be a problem where you could have some problems not letting Neon get onto the site, because Neon is an agent that brings a lot of chaos onto your site, and Neon getting out of control is something that we have seen too much in the recent few events, and I'm not really confident if I like the change up from the Cypher over to the Killjoy of the Surrenderers team comp.
I mean, you're looking at that as like, if you're looking up from the side of some chill girls when they're going onto set, you're still going to be having Toka doing the due diligence with the utility, with the shock darts, Devil Axe as well as an ability to break them. And for me, it has that opportunity, sure, to be that heavy stop, but at the same time, you're looking at Killjoy's utility, and you can have a little bit more of active play in the sense of how you're able to put those setups, the adaptability as well. That I know that some GC players have put screenshots of value plans about Killjoy Jail on this map, where you can have utility on C and A, and you're hovering around B. So there's a wide range that you can have across the map. And for me, it does come down to ability for the post plants in the sense of with nano swarms, and also the player preference, right? There's not that much difference in the sense of, oh, you really need this player, but when you're talking about preference and being comfortable, Anita has gotten to, so you can't question the Killjoy pick anymore.
No, I can't question it, but Aki are finding the kill. At least some constellation. Price to swing around, works well. Great fault line set there, Toka. In the end, cleaning up Bobby. Equalizing the round. 3 versus 3 players. Spike plant should be just a matter of time. Jademore putting it down. Now on the breach. Stunning into the backside. Toka's timing. Good up until now. Arkia also coming from long. A lot of angles to look at. A lot of angles to fight against. Arkia is the one getting the kill. Devil Axe also on the ground. Toka taking part in this one as well. But the triple kill of Arkia is what swings the round around. For some chill girls who are drawing first blood here on map number 2. Pissed around on Haven falls into their pockets.
And boom. Alkia with a couple of nice sprays as well. And it really is continuing where they left off, right? Sure, it's not Safi getting the multi-kills, but there is a player on some chill girls stepping up consistently. And this one we saw is Alkia with some nice stuns. And obviously, even off the back of losing 2 players early on, a 5v3 situation for Surrenderers, and they just get isolated one by one. And you can see here, no peaks, no double peaks coming through, and for Jademore at the end, stunned up into the clutches of the remaining SCG players.
We are already finding some early contact, but the outlaw shots doesn't find their targets. Talked about isolation right here, right now, and I think I really enjoyed seeing the map movement of some chill guards just circling around that spot, crashing in from all the areas, and bringing in more and more chaos for the side hold of Surrenderers. Crossing onto that Astra smoke, Toka just holding the trigger, and once again, very offside hold on your A spot. They're Omen one way, and I need to cross fairly fast. Your Neon is already there. Arkia on her way into an off angle. Stun comes through. Jet onto side. Arkia stuns through this one, and she's there with Toka in the duel. The dual hold onto side is just absolutely crazy of those two. Toka gets the second one. No knows where Bobby is as well. And with that, with this one cleared out of the way, it's just down to the smoker of Surrenderers. In the end, it's Toka cleaning this one up. Nearly flawless round for some chill girls.
Second round on the board, an important conversion, something we saw a couple of teams lacking to do, whether it was in the first map or actually onto Ascent, or even in a couple of games further back in the group stages or early on in the playoffs. We've seen some teams struggle to convert against these full pistols, so good signs for SCG that they're able to close that out cleanly. Again, like you said, only losing 1 player, and Toka off to a good start. Up to 5 along with Arkia as well. So these are the 2 players that have netted all the kills in the first 2 rounds of this game. No action for anybody else, but I'm sure that's about to change. There's a little bit more of a heavy default coming in for Surrenderers. Looking over towards mid, ready for any sort of aggression. But looking at the setup from the SCG, they're heavy towards B, sure, but with the lines of sight that they have over towards C and A, this heavy stack towards mid gives it so much opportunity for fast rotations and fast reinforcements of the extremities should a site hit start to come down. But Surrenderers, on the other hand, they've droned out towards A, which is pulling some of these rotations.
And They can be comfortable in just retaking the side. Alkia has her ultimate up, and with the Neon ult on deck, the retake should be fairly easy. Nami finding a trade onto Ori. A Jet already on the ground, and now there comes in the ultimate of Alkia, the overdrive. So much damage going into the Surrenderer side. They're already down one player. Bobby kinda needs to get out of the situation quick. Nami, 2 quick kills from Garage. It's only on Bobby's shoulders. The overdrive coming from the backside. And just running over the remaining player of Sun Chill Girls. Bonus round converted off the back of Alkia's ultimate. And with all of the kills falling into the Neon, the chaos was online to happen.
Spike down mid. 30 seconds left.
We're talking about Neon being overpowered.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Ultimate used already in round 3 and ready to be recharged up again. And by the way, Alkia is starting this map 7-1. Couple of extra kills to get a second ultimate online. It doesn't seem far-fetched, especially we're a quarter of the way into this half, I can ask. We've already seen an ultimate used and gone. And for the other aspect of this, Tokas is available. So should a side plank come through, they want to play for retakes, an opportunity for picks. There's so much versatility that he used this ultimate for. Again, obviously they're on this eco, but they're still going to be putting their best foot forward over towards C. But Sapphire is there. A triple kill already, sure. Falls to the 4th, Elysian noted.
Nami,
Enemy remaining.
short problems with the fight into Garage, but gets it in the end. Only Bobby left on her own once again, gets dashed on by the Neon, but actually able to convert this one. Bobby makes the second one as well, but the shock dart is just a tad too much. A little bit too much of a movement that you need to get out of there. Some Chill Girls 4-0 on their defensive half. That's a start where recovering from this one is so incredibly hard, especially since what normally should be your strong side is just falling apart. Saphia's triple kill there, that's just absolutely well aimed.
That goes there.
Well aimed, well picked up, and especially we were talking about just the general ability for Surrenders coming into this. You were mentioning the out aim on the first map, especially in these one-on-ones, heads-on-heads, in the 50-50 gunfights, right? Consistently we were seeing SCG players come out on top, and I think that's something that's scary coming into a map like Haven, is the amount of long angle engagements that you can get off, especially if it's towards C-Long or even peeking into Garage. And Alkia even pressing the issue, going all the way up down C-Long, and you can see how much reserve that's given the side of Surrender. Sure, they had to drone it out in the first place, but the damage being done onto Bobby for the second, and now there's so much real estate that they have to regain, right? That usually you would get for free, especially if you started a player over towards C-Long in the first place. Now you have a little bit of lack of utility when you're already lacking some anyway from the players who forced up into the last with some pistols. Finally, they're able to close out the kill onto Alkia, but the issue is, right? Everybody's going into this Cypher setup over towards A. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have the lockdown to work with to at least gain some real estate. But again, you have gaps. You have a Hunter's Fury. Nami's going to be caught unawares.
Lockdown's down. Lockdown got destroyed. Ori in the backside only finds Sophia. Gets a second kill as well, but the time is running low.
10 seconds.
10 seconds to go. Hunter's Fury already used. Ori dashing into this one, fights a kill onto Double Exa, and it's finally the first round for Surrenderers. Late go onto side, works out well. And the Surrenderers finally get one round on the board. It all starts with the entry that Anita is finding in middle. And it all comes down to a great execution play onto the A side.
Goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Nice readjustment as well on the way into the site. They lose the first pick.
This goes
Unconventional positioning. They're able to turn the tides back in the favor. Triple kill, like you said, from Ori. And a round on the board. A round that was much needed, especially when we talk about we're going into round 6 and the attacking half Nice to get around early on the board. An opportunity, though, for Bobby to be caught off guard, especially with 4 players waiting in lobby. Devlax is the one that connects. I don't know how many players she spotted, especially with how cautious they are being over towards C. Nobody's here. This is going to be a free site, an opportunity for a post plan, especially with Jay's also online. There's 2 options, right? You take aggressive over towards CT when that spike goes down, or you play for the post plan, get positions down in long, and use it later on into the round when the retake comes through.
Now, you hear some steps, at least, from the CT area. Jademore, very positioned onto side. Elysian moves in there. On the other side, Toka gets Jademore with the shot. The shot that the ultimate come through, but didn't hit anyone. Anita spreads herself out there, but Alexa and also Sophia already onto side, crashing onto the Soba and onto the Killjoy, and I don't think the ultimate of Jademore really came through. The shock dart stopped it.
As you could hear the voiceover, as soon as the voiceover starts, the shock dart lands, and upon bated breath, the breach falls. No disruption as well to the CT players, no ultimates hit them, so the Fandabby Dozy just gonna be strolling back into the site sooner than expected, and Surrender's picked apart by the seams, even after a really nice kill onto that extension of a peak from Garage over onto Nami, but the answer back is there.
Surrender's trying to take a little bit of fast initiative there, but Nami in the off angle peeks out of there in the right timing. Toka is the one getting the 2 kills from main, and it's already so much space that SCG is taking. Anita only able to get 2 for her constellation. But this might not really be enough, since Alkia is already waiting for her to approach the spike. Know the position of the Neon. Alkia aims this one absolutely calm. No problems closing out the round, and once again, some chill girls are not afraid to take initiative, to take space, and to take the fight towards their opponents.
They're ready to fight, whether it is down onto C, where you see Alkia pushing into C lobby, whether it's into A. We have 4 players crunching, and again, a repetition of that into the next, something that is catching Surrenderers off guard. They're not ready for such heavy aggression over towards A, and it comes into for the side of some chill girls in the sense that they have permanent adaptations and also variability to keep Surrenderers guessing. This is what I was on about, though, by the Astra Wall and a fast plant B, although a missed updraft and dash means a quick pivot over towards C, but the players are ready and waiting, and the rotates is 3 players going to be backside for this. This is going to be scary, Akamas.
And they're hearing the steps of the rotation. Sophia with the wire once again able to get a kill. Ori only able to find the Cypher in a trade, and Alkia in the middle also. The lurk has been shut down. Once again, in the blink of seconds. In a matter of seconds, it's only down to 2 players on the Surrenderer side. Just still waiting in the middle, waiting for a push, waiting for someone on some chill girls to overstep. They're welcome, Elysian.
Revealing area.
Good kill onto the lurk. Found a space right between the lines of some chill girls, but they're still known. They're both trying to reunite towards Garage. Small push onto the Omen. Anita finds the kill and equalizes the round, actually. But a lot of damage has been done. Anita, another kill. The 16-year-old prodigy saves the round for some chill girls. Piece by piece, she's picking apart them on her own.
The weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Second round on the board, and even a timeout called for Surrenderers. We said a 2v3 situation picked apart by the seams. Some nice kills, some nice proactive play over towards C. A couple of players getting caught off guard towards mid. And the drone spotting out Nami in that corner spells devastation, especially since they knew the player was over towards window. They knew the Neon was there. The peak to come help results in the death, and 1-by-1s. Well played for Surrenderers. An opportunity now to build off the back of it, especially with this timeout coming through. And for me, when they're looking at that attacking side, especially against the composition that SCG are coming in with, I know we're talking about this being a attacking-sided map anyway, but especially with the composition SCG are coming in with, once they switch over onto the attack, I feel it's just going to get ever so increasingly difficult. So they need these rounds on the board now, and they needed to string at least 5, I think I would say, like a 7-5 half would at least be doable, especially if they can have a lights out defense. But we're at a 6-2 scoreline, Akamas. The likelihood of that being truthful, especially with the ultimates SCG have online. You have the Neon ultimate, you have the Breach ultimate, some great ultimates for proactivity early round, but also for those heavy defaulted retakes.
And I think some Chill Gods really understand on a deep level how they want to play with their team comp. The mix-up of their initiative plays where they push out a main or sewers and just commit onto the Breach utility, mixing this up with the great side holds in other rounds where they just play defensive and wait for their crossfires to shine, is just absolutely amazing and shows just on how deep of a level they understand how they want and have to play their own team comp. And what are the strengths of especially like the Neon and Breach combination. So it's gonna be rough for Surrenderers to really break this one. The timeout is a first step where you can just, take some inspiration into the next few rounds, but it's still gonna be hard.
Yeah, and into the tech force now as well, so hopefully you can get the technology and any sort of peripheral issues sorted. But for me, right, we were talking about those ultimates, right? From the side of Surrenderers, they do have that lockdown available. And from the side of SCG, you don't have Toka's ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, to break it. So there's an opportunity for some nice A hits, as well as just being able to clear out some sites, get a lot of space just off the back of that ultimate. And now they don't necessarily have an opportunity to break it mid-action like they did before. In the round itself, the quicker that we're going to be seeing Toka's ultimate get online, and then it would be essentially nullifying that ultimate then for the attacking side.
Yeah, and the ultimate economy in an overall sense is something that we have to take an eye on, because some Chill Gods were just able to stack those ultimates in a very, very fast pace in the beginning of the map, right? Where they had Neon ultimate in third round and could snowball off of this. And sometimes I think people underestimate how big this ultimate snowballs, especially on certain agents, are. Where you can just fly against also weapon deficits with big and huge ultimates in certain situations. And some Chill Gods, they are able to save at least credits to some extent, because Alkia has her ultimate up and running here. Goes in there with the overdrive. Once again, all of them are shot blind, but Alkia doesn't quite connect the kill. Elysian is the one finding the Neon out of this one, but Devil pushes right behind her teammate, finds 2 kills, and retreats. That's absolute discipline here from Devil finds the third one through that smoke. Elysian on the ground, and no more use in running for Surrenderers. Round should be hard, if not impossible, to turn around.
The issue is they haven't got anywhere to run to. Sapphire has walked all the way through A. So A is clear, C long is clear from the jump peaks that we're getting from Nami from backside. So the only question is towards mid garage and also towards B, which all of these positions have someone ready to quickly take advantage of the situation. Sapphire's already a step ahead. Gets the first, forces the second to turn around, and Toka is going to pick up an easy kill into the back of one of the Surrenderer players, and that's a 7-2 half now, guaranteed. And off the start, right, you're looking at Alkia in the sense that they weren't necessarily able to capitalize off of the flash, off the stuns, off of her ultimate pop. But the issue for Surrenderers is it wasn't just Alkia, because a lot of the times you see teams just send their duelist, send the Neon, the Jet with knives or something, with a stun and a paranoia from Garage, right? This time they have that, but they also have the second opportunity and the backup of that breach.
Yeah, you said it. They have the backup of that breach, which is incredibly important. And now the Rolling Thunder up and running as well. You could play this one on retake just with that breach ult alone. I mentioned the weapon advantage. We talked about the breaking point. The 8-4 and 7-5 breaking point we see so often, teams. Once you overstep that line and give the other team the 8th round at the half, things tend to get hard really, really fast because a good pistol round can't really clear your disadvantage. Ori, ready to dash onto side. They get full control of A side, but at the cost of Ori dropping down already. Anita's lurk at least gets a hit there, but Zafia and Nami are already up and running. Finding those 2 kills as well. Bobby alone on side. Needs to wait for her reunite with Jade Moore. Last one standing, Zafia all alone through that smoke, but Devil Exa is right behind her. Round number 8 accomplished, and some chill girls look as dominant as ever.
Talking about a good pistol could be the end of them. I'm looking at this in the sense of we're at 8-2.
This should do.
Safia's put in a trip in spawn. Sure, you use the Rolling Thunder in an eco round, but it secures you 8. It secures you at least at minimum 8-4. And how we've been seeing them throughout this entire half, like we were an 8-2 scoreline, right? This has been nothing but domination from the side of SCG, from retakes, from complete crunches of a lobby, from C takes. And for me, this showing so many different things on the playing cards. And talking about playing cards, that is a double trip in spawn. Safia's just playing to survive and keep that camera online as the rest of her team scale up, push out of lobby even. But the option is Bobby is in spawn.
Bobby waited long enough in spawn to find a frags, but it's all getting refragged. Ori also only able to get another trade down. Spikes on the ground and need to invest at least some utility to retake this one. Anita is now able to do it. But this 4-people stack to A worked the second time here for just some chill girls. No breach utility up and running. Your smokes are down as well. This is a hard take onto side, especially with Alkia pushed up there. Falling down here as well, and Anita takes the second one. Absolutely crisp this game. The bright spot of Surrenderers, if I may say so.
1v3 required. Good for one, but all 3 players a little bit too much out of the question. And again, some of these mid-roundings get a little bit scary for the side of SCG in the sense of they get in the pushed out of A, they get a couple of kills, but it's the follow-up then from Surrenderers, specifically on the side of Anita and Elysian and Ori, to be able to convert that round. Opportunity now for a 4th round, a much needed 4th. If you're talking about the possibilities going into the next half with Neon on the attack, and it's just peak and brawls in mid. Akamas, they don't want to play the full round 12. They want to get onto the attack sooner rather than later. And they send players barreling down mid, barreling into the peak. But the issue is they lose 1, but pick up 3. So the deficit is in a 4-2. And these 2 players of Surrenderers are grouped up with a spike in hand. And Toka even spots them out over towards A, gets the drone out to try and note both players are here, spots the killjoy at the bare minimum. And look at the adaptation, look at the adjustment. They get a push down mid, they get the neural theft online, and all 4 players are grouped up.
Oh, the timing for Anita nearly cost her life. She gets 1 in the trade, but that's not quite enough in the current situation that you are in. Nami holds as well to Bobby, but Toka can swing around and clear out lobby, clear out the last kill. 9-3. If some chill girls aren't stepping on the curse, this one will probably be their map to lose. Anita, we already said it, the bright spot on Surrenderers. 15 frags on top of the scoreboard, but can't really do it on her own right now. And that play in middle was just the beginning of the end for Surrenderers. Tech half. And we also still gotta mention, this is an attack-sided map that we are talking about, which we're just now switching onto the attack side for some chill girls.
And you can see in the last round, right? It's a 4v2 situation. They're not giving any sort of 1v1s. All 4 players are grouped up in pairs, so should one fall, the trade's instantly there. And that's exactly what we saw over towards lobby. But this round towards lobby, we have Ori wanting to take a peek, wanting to get an early advantage for her team. Ends up in losing half of her HP and then a quick scale up long, and also an opportunity to peek into and scale up short for SCG early on. And the rotates though from Surrenderers. There's 3 players here.
A lot of quick rotations coming through for Surrenderers. Are we now trying to play the off angle? Trying to find some success there. It's only their Astra left to the C spot, but I think some chill girls will just dwindle down a little bit of patience. Then commit onto that A side, but Arkia already stopped by the fault line. Ori in that off angle. You need to check this one. Sophia gets the kill, just jumps through her own cage. Arkia also successful against Jademore. Elysian gets double, but it's not quite enough to stop the flood onto side. Some chill girls are here to stay. They plant the spike. Numbers advantage for them.
Double off over towards CT. Some crisp headshot is going to be required, but it's not headshots that are connecting for Surrenderers. Fortunately, Bobby brings this down into 1v2. But the issue is both of these players are ready to swing off the contact of either one. Turkey's going to be the first. Swing out from Devil Axe, and that's exactly what you want to see from SCG. Contact play, the swing off, and shots hit. And a double digit, 10 rounds hit. 10-3 scoreline, Akamas. They're already a map up for anyone just joining. It's a best of 5. This is the grand finals. This is the last event these players are going to be playing this year. They want to go out with a bang. And at the moment, Surrenderers, it's feeling more like a party popper than a firework that we want to be seeing in this grand finals.
They kind of need to full buy here. So decided on the lower one, trying to play around when they are down to 11 or convert to Thrifty. Seems like they want to challenge the party popper into garage. Yeah, already pushed forward. Anita will swing off the contact. Gets only 1 kill. Alexa able to trade it, but that's at least something, some foot in the door. For the Surrenderers. Also, Safia dropped low. Got hit by a shot of one of Marshall's Surrenderers, who are now taking space up towards middle.
Spike down mid.
Good shot by Elysian. Nami only able to trade herself out. Toka is there as well, but now all on her own because Ori thought the enemy Cypher spotted both players there. Shock Dart still available, but wants to find the first one on her own. Bobby has a Guardian in there as well. Thrifty Bulldog, they're getting the Thrifty round. Winning and taking the last straw. The last train towards comeback. 10-4.
Placing alarm bot.
Surrenderers win round number 3.
Yeah, again, the 4th round on the board in that fashion. Likely going to be a 5th, especially with the economy for the side of SCG. We were talking about how well they were dealing with the pistols, time and time again with the lower buys. And it's in one of the most important rounds, the conversion of the pistol where they falter. But it gives Surrenderers an opportunity to not only get back into this half, but get back into the game.
And normally your economy tends to be better if you're winning off that Thrifty in round number 2. Fast play onto the side for SCG. They have an idea on how to play it! Ori falls down to Alkia! Game changers! Sheriff is the name of the game! With that, the Surrenderers down 1 player once again. Jademore trying to get onto side. The one way off of the spike might work wonders here. Shock Dart actually kills Anita! Might this be a second Thrifty in a row? Drone will spot out that there's nobody on the spike. All 3 players tagged for Toka. They're trying not to fight into courtyard, but Alkia too crisp with her shots again. And spike is ticking down slowly but surely. You're running out of time. Jademore, last player standing with a safer Vandal. And round number 11 is inevitable for some chill girls. Even though Alexa and Safia still died to the spike.
I mean, you'll send those pistols to die to the spike because you're going to be rebuying into this one anyway. This was one that you were looking at for the side of just some chill girls is we get the spike, we get a little bit of extra cash, we get some finance injected to our system, and the issue is they get the spike down, they find little to no resistance on B. Alkia picks up a kill over towards A, so that's going to be constantly a threat for the side of Surrenderers, is that late look, which we did see come into fruition towards the later end of that post plant. But again, it's the post plant utility. You had shock darts. As soon as the shock darts had landed and netted a kill, you have the aftershock going out, and then you had cycles of one ways on this spike, so there was no way for Surrenderers to safely and confidently get onto site. This time though, Ori finds the kill onto the lurker of A.
Right. I really want to get onto that C spot, but the Hunter's Fury is there. Up and running for Elysian. No hit just yet. Refocuses on middle, but there's no one just staying just yet. Rotation for some chill girls. After the first frag fell onto the A. They're still rotating into this one.
I'm wondering if Ori was able to pick up that upgrade, pick up the Vandal over towards A, if that was threatened. I think she has got that, and now it's posted up over towards Heaven. So for this round, Ori's the only one with major weaponry coming into this, right?
I'm out of here. Out of charges.
And the only run really is that Alkia finds Elysian. Just bare pixels over the box. But the frags are still falling. Ori, he's good for a trade, but is it enough? Spike's already planted onto side, but not from main.
Players from everywhere.
Or for connector play.
C-Link, A-Link, mids.
One enemy remaining.
Alexa and also Toka just striking into the hearts of Surrenderers. Bobby able to find one, but it's all on Anita. 16 years young. 1v2. Is she already cold enough to find this one-on-ones? She doesn't right now. And the round is falling into the hands of some chill girls.
Match point.
Map point number 2 here for them to go up 2-0 to send Surrenderers into an early bad situation.
See ya.
To get on match point just after the second map.
Bot coming back.
Scraped together by Guardian, Half Shields making their appearance, but the side of just some chill girls, right? You're looking at, sure, the weaponry's there, but every single player bar one is only one all point, one spike plant, one kill away from getting the ultimate online and joining this Neon.
One bot coming back.
But Safia not
Issues.
where for the middle push. Elysian also gets one in. Pushes on all sides, and just some chill girls doesn't quite seem aware of those. Anita stays into spawn, but Alexa aims too steady today.
But they've re-cleared out mid so quickly, right? They not only did they net a kill onto the killjoy trying to retreat and sling back away over towards C, but they, with one flash, they've managed to re-clear out all of this garden in position. And sure, Surrenderers are going to go re-clear that, but the issue is the spike's already headed over towards A, so they might miss their timing once they get up into lobby and into long.
Yeah, Nami.
Only concern is Ori, right? If she gets picked off here, she is not the main prong of this retake.
Nami has already pushed so far ahead to the side, which makes it incredibly easy to take for just some chill girls. What can Surrenderers do? Still, all of the jet speed is up and running, but once they really dash, there will be a fault line, and Ori will have some problems. Needs to dash out of this one. Fault line right behind her. Jademore is the one finding the first kill onto the retake, but Nami is there as well. The long push worked out good for Surrenderers. And Elysian closed the round out. Nami tried to take the aggressive route there. Expected both players get into the to get there from CT, but fights to live another day.
The fight demands it.
But it's 12 and 5.
One bot comes coming through.
Last player standing.
Stay alive for another round, but this is what I was talking about, the ult economy for the side of some chill girls. Everyone was one away, and now with those deaths and a couple of kills on the board, we have 4 ultimates, almost a full stack. Safia only 1 away, so should a kill be Ness's, that's an option as well to just enlighten the attacking half to what kind of positions they're coming. And look at all these ultimates coming through. You have a Neon pop slide through B, a Rolling Thunder through Garage, and doubled up by Hunter's Fury. Bobby goes overlooked though.
Goes overlooked and takes 4! 6-3 out inside, the 4th one doesn't fall away. And with all the ultimates committed, Surrenderers are still reign supreme in this absolute chaos of a round, because Bobby, you said as much, keeps getting overlooked there. Finds 3 quick kills into her own pockets. The first one onto Alkia is amazing. This one's aimed steady, and the last one is just absolutely illegal.
Turn out.
Talking about Bobby being one of the only players in the server who hasn't actually competed at within the main league of EMEA GC. Definitely one of the players that I want to see there, especially going into the 2025 season. Player that's constantly showing up, whether on LANs, online. Variability in the team is playing for, but this time it's Anita that you want to shine a light on, at least for the first kill. But the issue is there's a lot of SCG players ready to back up the original entries, but they're losing so much HP. And again, Bobby chimed in for one. It's a 3v3, but the issue is Safia has managed to walk their way through B, an opportunity to pick up a couple of kills. Good for the first, puts the cage out, so Bobby's able to capitalize. And that's another free route back into C. The issue is a breach and a Neon against a Jet Astrop. Look at the HP, Akamaz.
You just blow at them and they will fall down. Deep shaft. Especially considering that next round would be another eco, and slowly but surely Surrenderers are crawling themselves back into the game. Alexa stuns into main, but doesn't find another kill. Bobby makes 3. You've talked about her. We want to see her next year in GC main event. I'm right there with you. Played an amazing season on TOG. The only team that really challenged alternate attacks in Dach. And Bobby was a huge part of this one. Shows off her talents here. Shows off why he's still considered one of the best players to never be in the main event.
Goodbye.
Just swine. That'll work.
Looks like we will see another fast go from some chill girls. Forward line has been taken. Alkia dashes in. Creates herself out, and Tsunami is already on site. I think just Omen ulted behind them. Finding the frags already. Bobby. He pushed into lobby. Can get another kill, but only trade because Jade Moore falls right in front of her.
But look at the map. Look at the map, right? You see Omen has TP'd into A, so they worried about that possibility. But the Omen has managed to walk out of A, through lobby, through long. And also you have a Cypher in spawn. Safia has so much opportunities, but they are going to be at least a little bit worried because the Omen was here previously. So that is dealt with. And that's going to be another warning signal to them. Where is this Omen? Have they rejoined with their teammates, especially since it was the Breach that actually planted that spike there? So there's an opportunity to isolate 1v1s. There's a stun available. But the possibility is Nami's not going to be able to connect these. Is she going to readjust into CT soon enough? Bobby's coming through. The stun is there, but it does not matter. Akamas, the second map, a 13-7, and a way to close it out is with a headshot fully stunned up. And for me, we were talking about that. We were looking at it. It could possibly be a 13-4, especially with the way things are going. opportunities were a way back in for surrenderers, but shut down towards the end. And you had players everywhere. You had an Omen in the backside of A. You have a Neon that's missed and ran past the Breach ultimate because that's not something that they want to deal with. Has managed to get a kill up long. Then you have an extra long Cypher. Like, there were so many different things going on in that round, and surrenderers could not get a handle on it, and they could not stabilize in this match. And I just hope that they can stabilize in the series.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The last time they were on Bind, it was incredibly close. Now I can talk about Bind. But the last time they were on Bind, it was incredibly close. But before talking about this one, I want to shout out, even though they lost, Anita 19 and 18, 6 first bloods on a Sentinel. Wild performance from her. You know, some Chill Girls were just better as a unit, better as a team in this map, but Anita just showed why she's here to play. Same goes for Bobby. Great performances, but not enough to get over the hump of experience that some Chill Girls have there over them right now. And in comparison, it's just like those players are so much more experienced that it's probably going down to this one right now, even though like the aim performances were on par, especially on the second half of this map, to be fair. The first one was kind of rough for Surrender.
And you can beg the question, if they had a better first half, what could we be seeing the more opportunities for them to showcase what they're capable of on that towards the end, towards the tail end of that matchup? But the issue is it's done and dusted, right? There's no point for the side of surrenderers to think about what could have gone better, what ways were they back into the half or back into the map, because they 2-0 down in the series, right? And realistically, we were looking at best of 3. This is done and dusted, but no, thankfully for them, it's a best of 5. They have an opportunity to get back into this. And we were talking about the maps that we could be seeing, like we could Spined. That's obviously one of the determined ones that we could be seeing through. They have played it again against each other before in the last matchup. And then if they're able to make it through there, it's just again an uphill climb of Sunset and Split afterwards. So for them, they have to be looking forward in the sense of you can't be thinking about Ascent and Haven. They're done and dusted. Like, that's out of the way. The only way back into this series is to knuckle down and focus up on the map ahead of you, which is going to be Bind next.
Yeah, and what actually scares me for Surrenderers is that it seems the fundamentals on the side of Sunshine Girls are just a tad bit better compared to theirs, which is normal when you have such an experienced Game Changers roster, but that will come to fruition on Bind. It will be an important part to just get your fundamentals right, get your priorities on this map straight, and play as consistent as the last time, because last time they met on Bind, it was 14 and 12. We will find out what the result will be in the next map in a few minutes, because we're having a short break. Take some tea, take some rest, and we'll see each other in a minute. It's okay, I yapped enough about blind agent select. Fuck it.
I think I've had a whiplash from the way we've done that. We've just come in straight from the break into the agent select. Holy. Yeah, I need a second to process about everything that's going on. Yellow production pressing the actual button. Okay, Akimas, we're speed running this, okay, guys? Just some Pure Girls, Gecko, Raze, Brim, Viper, Sky, Surrenders, exactly the same. A little bit of a different order showing on the agent select, but the same composition either way. Are you happy with that? Was that faster for you, Akimas?
Thank you, Winter, for matching my speed. I think this is, you know, this makes for a much more entertaining broadcast, especially if Fran just sells me in the production with my scene transitions. But yeah, I think, you know, standard bind comp, right? It's standard double controller, double initiator thingy that you play on bind for like, yeah, basically ever since Gecko came out. Right? It's basically either Breach Gecko or Sky plus Gecko, depending on what you're aiming for. I'm a little bit surprised that they are actually playing without the Breach on some Chill Girls, because the Alexa is such an amazing Breach player and normally, you know, kind of pivots towards that agent. So yeah, I think it's not a great sign for Surrenderers that we are seeing a mirror matchup, if I'm being honest.
I mean, yeah, they have the same composition either side, so you can talk about weaknesses and strengths of one. They're gonna be exactly the same thing on the other side. The one thing that this does highlight and bring into that sort of narrative is the individuals, because you're talking about the fact that you have two geckos, you have two razors either side. It really is going to come down to how much individual impact these players can get out of the agent, and especially in the mirror matchup, who is going to be the more impactful raise, who's going to have the better flashes on the Gecko and Sky, and how many of the looks are we going to be seeing become fruitful from the likes of the Viper players. So yeah, for me, I think this tees up a great way to go into the third and possibly final map of this tournament, is in the way where we really do get to see individuals shine.
Yeah, seems in the same way for me as well. I think you can see some individuals shine on that last map, especially in the mirror matchup. It shows a lot about which team is the better one at playing Valorant, right? Which team understands the map, the comp, and the game better at the current state. And I think seeing this mirror matchup in the potential final game of this of the Game Changers season in EMEA is something that I'm really looking forward to, because this might be, as I said, our last map here on Dive for this year. And let's have a party here to maybe send off the broadcast on a bind with some Chill Girls against Surrenderers. Winter, I hope you're ready. Chat, I hope you're ready, because we're gonna have a great map on here coming up into that mirror matchup.
Mate, you've been ready for this map, like, you've been ready for bind since about 23 million years ago, honestly. But yeah, I'm ready to get into it. And it does seem both of these teams are as well, ready and fighting over towards showers. Some quick trades back and forth, and exactly, we're talking about the mirror matchup. Both raises fall, and it's the more support, both Geckos fall, but there's more supportive agents left on the side of just some Chill Girls on that defense. But Surrenderers still have an opportunity, still have that spearhead of Ori to get out onto site, some satchels and some nades to clear off some specific angles. The only issue is they're going to be walking out into the players of B. But after that flash, Hakamas, it's not going to hit anyone. That's a false sense of security for SCG. They're rotating a player over towards A.
It's so much track information coming through that they're able to dodge that flash is incredibly impactful for the rest of the round. Ori should be able to get onto site more or less unharmed. They're just contacting forward. Smokes are going down now. It's just the Sky that's down there in the tube. Just Toka gets one, gets two, gets on three. Toka! Are you kidding me? They're all just running into her pistol and all just falling onto the ground. We talked about an undermanned side, but Toka was just, nah, fine, I'll do it myself then.
Started off with a heavy engagement from both teams over towards showers, both walking away. It's like, yeah, we've gotten two for two, it's fine. The issue is, false sense of security, sure, gets rotate at least away from B, but they still have to deal with the one player remaining. A Ghost and a Sky does it all for SCG.
Away from the Sky Flash, Alexa able to get one frag. Need trade Jade more. Up there in time, jiggling the weapon back towards backside. No options for the Surrenderers to retake this gun, to at least claim a little bit of progress. The bathroom space is all they get. Some Chill Girls are just ready to fight on site.
Still a weapon advantage for the sides, the defenders. But the issue is, The one kill they were able to net, they're not going to be able to recover this weapon. You can see it towards the right of your screen, not in a recoverable position. A 1-for-1 isn't necessarily the best you want to be seeing, but now both of those rifles get into question if they are able to pick them up, and Nami with a judge has to make their way
And they do it.
out of lamps.
They're so close. Bobby, not spotted just yet. Once she will, it will be a feast for Nami with that judge. Trying to get into the close range fight, gets it! And the spike's not planted for the two players who are short. This will be a hard one to stop the diffuser by. Toka also there as well. Doesn't get a kill, but the diffuser is still going through, and with that one they clear the round out. Surrenderers are winning the gunfights, but losing the round. Just some chill goals. No bonus round to play for them. But still, the second round converted, which was absolutely important here.
And again, both of these teams are showing a want to contest over towards showers. So gearing up early into the rounds, possibilities
There.
for some crazy fights. But the issue is, showers isn't the point of contention. This one, it is over towards short. 5 sheriffs find their way down. They're going to be regrouping. One bulldog as well. Picked up, recycled.
Bobby on the backstab. Right behind all of the units of some chill gods. Spike has been planted. Sophia is the important player to look at here. Bobby misses her shots. Uncharacteristic for her, especially over the course of the series. A steady one for the surrenderer. Sophia able to trade out Jademo, so they are still in the lead. Just some chill girls. Are they able to convert the third round as well? Ever since this bonus round doesn't look that good, but Toka is the hero once again. Swings around, was able to claim one gun for herself, and just some chill girls have just done it. 50 round, converting their non-existing bonus into a third round.
They came into that with 5 sheriffs, Akamask. Look at this walk down. Sheriff, 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 recycle, weapon, a little bit of a whiff from Bobby, but that's also a phantom. One of the better weapons into this round, and in the right hand it seems. Toka be able to take that and double up, secure the round. 6 kills now for the Sky Ultimate online. Ragtag buy from Surrenderers. A showstopper popped into Hooker. The issue is it does connect, but there's a follow-up from Alkia close up.
Here's positioning just saved the course of that round up until now. Doesn't get to trade there. The round looks very doable for Surrenderers. Regard smaller weapons still in hand, not a real full buy that they could commit to.
That's the thing, right? They got that 1 kill over towards B site, but because of Alkia was already in Hooker and was able to get that trade really efficiently and fast, that has put a whole halt to any sort of additional B pressure because Hooker's fallen. They haven't taken over towards Garden yet. And on top of that now, they've gotten a pick over towards Zay, which is going to weaken up the B site even further.
Yeah, but Alkia still holding the side. Over for mate. The nade is good one for her. Gets a kill now. Showstopper available is ready. 3rd kill for Alkia already. But it's only down to Nami. Only down to the Brimstone. Spike is ticking already. Once she drops from that box, it will probably double swing her, but Elysian is enough. Our first round on the board for the Surrenderers after losing that round 3 in devastating fashion. Surrenderers are back and winning at least against the full buy of some chill girls, but it was close enough. And with a lot of commitment of some crucial ultimates, especially the showstopper of Ori. Now no ultimate utility on deck. Toka has the Seekers up and running. Sophia with an operator long. The investment looks much better for some chill girls right now. Over towards long, but doesn't spot a player. The operator shot misses. Only goes into the knee. After Brimstone player, Bobby still alive.
An opportunity to be healed up as well. Talking about the additions of the Sky with the double flashes, but there's also a regrowth available. So back up to 100 HP minimum for all the players of Surrenderers, and that's going to come into contact, especially when they're going to be facing over towards A. Only issue is the showers fight that we were talking about round and round again. This time turns into a shower push from Alkia. Picks off a player off guard, but is she going to expect a second, especially with how many players are funneling out to short right now?
Alkia gets the second one as well. Able to shoot back onto Bobby, but a spray down really become available for her. Some chill girls still in the lead because of the heroics that their duelist is providing to them. Ori whiffs a little bit, takes its head a bit too long to convert that kill, and with that Toka is already there to clean up. Can Anita and Elysian do not that much, it seems, because Anita already down. Elysian last player standing to recover the spike that just dropped right next to Porto Narnia, it seems. Way too long of a way. Get back at that. The operator in backside will be ready. Saphia hits that shot, and that's round number 4. Just some chill girls. Kinda running away with the game right now.
Surrenderers get around on the boards. Playing with the possibility of making a chain, trying to equalize the score count as much as possible as early on before it gets out of hand. But a 4-1 lead is exactly the way that SCG are wanting to go into this halfway, into this third map, especially when they're 2-0 up. Surrenderers opt for a different kind of A-site take. Thrash invested. Nobody's going to be found. But the issue is Alkia's up towards heaven. So should these smoke fall soon enough, they have to be careful of the sight lines that they're giving. But the spike will go down uncontested.
They're redoing them a favor with the Fresh. Also, the Seekers coming out. A lot of information on the decks for just some chill girls. Alkia, Saphia, Nami, all of them are just ramping up the kills. The Seekers clear up Bobby. Molly will delay the inevitable. The spike will be defused. Devil Axa already on it. Bobby gets 1, gets 2. But the spike is halved. Still ultimate in hand. But with the half spike, it's a valiant effort of Bobby. Getting a lot of frags there, but yeah, and the round will fall into the pockets of some chill girls.
Seemingly desperate attempt with the orbital strike towards the end, hoping it would buy some time. But the issue is there was players from SCG up close and personal, ready to take the head-on gunfight. You can't hide behind your utility for the whole time. Talking about hiding behind utility, that's exactly what they might have to do. Use the utility in this round to leverage, because weapons don't necessarily swing in their favor. Sheriffs, half shields, utility numbers are going to be the advantage that they might be able to swing. They might be able to overrun some of these defensive players and the defense setup of SCG so far, but rifles, ultimates have been put past the test, and they do not falter. Nami picking up the first one to Anita, shutting down that course. Hooker, they want to retreat. They don't want to press the issue into that. Don't want to face the gunfire over this Brimstone player. So instead, they turn their attentions over towards A. Over towards the operator.
Sophia still up and running. Alkia throws her nade, gives herself a little bit of space. Does she expect Ori so up close and personal? She does not, is the answer. Ori finds the kill, opens the side for her teammates. The nade is in there as well. Over to strike onto the default plant, will delay it a little bit. The plant should come through at some point or another. Molly goes in there as well, a little bit of damage onto Bobby. Hilti dump works out well. For just some chill girls at this point. Dashing into backside. Surrenderers are trying to hold off the push, but at some point it's only down to Saphia. The push hold off worked really well. Surrender Us crashing down there with the Sheriffs, finding all of the players. Just some chill girls are in a hurry to fight into the front side, and it doesn't work out for them. Game Changers Sheriff once again.
Yeah, it's the crossfire setup right that they were having from Lambs over towards Bench, and even Elysian over towards Lamps has an opportunity to peek into backside to be that sort of backstab. And especially when you're looking at Safi having to retake with that operator, there's no sort of space that can be held. Once the player in Lamps falls, you have to hide behind smokes. And talking about hiding behind smokes, this time they don't want to hide. But the issue is they're satcheling and showstoppering into Anita, who does not stop. Looking for a possible fourth in this round, goes up and over, falls. Nami denies a fourth. Bobby is there for the trade, ready and waiting. And a quick way to end a round.
They're trying to save her gun, but be a hard feat to pull off. They're trying to chase some chill girls Viper down as much as possible just to cripple the economy a little bit more. Anita, at this point, just a tad bit angry, I think. Finds the early fights. Finds especially the early kills towards long. Put that round into the pockets of their teammates.
Offered the saving grace of keeping this rifle over. Like you said, the economy situation isn't all sunshine and daisies over in the SCG camp. Gonna be a question whether they want to force up into this one, but yeah, looking at this long push really was down to the brilliance of one specific player. You can't talk about any sort of counter utility, but it was more of the protection detail for Jade Moore in that situation. Getting that Trailblazer out, getting some information over towards long, always has that possibility of being run down, especially with an aggressive team like SCG and the duelists that are ever so capable.
And if the showstopper hits there, it's gonna be devastating for Surrender Us.
It would have been the opposite. It wouldn't have been a double kill for Anita. It would have been a double kill for SCG with a showstop and a possible follow-up as well. Like I said, not the case. This time, another push from the B aspect. Instead of long, it's Hooker.
Bobby is the one finding the kill. Just pushed her over to Elysian. Nami not able to find anything there. Boombot will find the needed information. Jade Moore, another kill for her. And piece by piece, they're just picking apart just some chill girls. Safia all on her own. 1v5. Yes, she has a Vandal. But this will be an even harder thing to pull off than the last round. Jade Moore already jumping towards her. First frag goes onto Safia. She able to find a follow-up as well. Elysian falls down to her as well, but doesn't quite aware enough on Ori, who's up on top of Tube. Surrender Us are back into the game. From 5-1 to 5-4 in just a few rounds. This one game has just turned and it just got a lot more entertaining.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. Thank you.
5-4. String of rounds together from Surrender is able to close the gap to just one now and an opportunity to equalize. The only issue is it's a full buyback out from SCG and also a Viper's Pit invested over towards short. Dangerous peek. Notes a player deep out of showers, almost in the attacker spawn. So that's definitely going to be ringing alarm bells for SCG that this isn't a lean in the sense of that having a player hold out possibly for a showers push, for a re-hit. And the issue is that there's Thrash available for Anita, especially after some multi-kill rounds. It's available to make things a pain for this Viper in short.
And they find her! Safia has been found, and she gets into the teleport right in time! But a follow-up by Jade Moore. She needs to reunite with her team as fast as possible. Alkia also pushed out of the corner. Ori behind her own nade. Right into the backside. Now Viper's pit traded. Double Axa finds Ori. But the Viper still hasn't been found. Now they get Elysian. Double Axa makes a hero's effort to get them back into the round. The peek on the bench is absolutely crazy. Nami on the double swing. Successful. But nobody's on the spike just yet. Nobody can defuse their swing. S3. Probably only able. Great going, but that's not enough in a situation where you are undermanned already. The triple kill of Double Axa is what swings this round around for some chill girls. Double Axa just once again way too strong for the Surrenderers.
Not even just too strong. She was a thief in the night in that Viper's pit. Not of SCG's creation. It was the opposite. As you can see, Safi falls down early. First kill on an unsuspecting Ori, and then a nice headshot through smoke onto the Viper, and that brings the pit down. That forces Surrenderers into a setup with a double tap on short. No utility to stop the post plant as the Brimstone Molly had previously been deployed. It comes down to the gunfights, and SCG just play for trays over towards short. Start with 3, end with 2 alive. And 6 on the boards. Showstopper now out for Ori, and it's just going to be coming into it. It's a shotgun that comes out on top.
Yeah, gets another one as well for her liking. The double kill for her from her. Makes the round a lot more realistic. For Surrenderers, Akia. Forced to go back into showers. Lambot gets at least a little bit of damage. Both of the players for some chill girls up in showers. Up and running. Anita 2 away from her next ultimate. Crash might be up and running very, very fast again. Alexa swinging into Elysian. Face of Will into Willisher. But who's gonna win this one? Elysian. Too steady here. And it's only down to Alkia, who should probably just save the Phantom.
And what a way this round has fallen apart, right, for the side of CSG. They come out on top with a shotgun kill over a show-stopping raise, and that's the only kill in the round that they're able to get. The rest of the players for Surrenderers flooding out onto site, flooding out of showers as well, are able to get this. And in a situation where SCG are left with 1 player alive, it's your raise player who's being forced to save out this Phantom just so there's a weapon going into the last 3 rounds of the half. Because looking at the economy, Akamas, there's not much. And especially with that weapon being saved over, it might give fortune to a Spectre drop possibly over to a teammate if they sell the shorty or goes sort of half armor. But there's definitely going to be some liberties taken in the sense of this. There has to be sacrifices on utility and weaponry going into this one. And even the ultimates, you really only have the Brimstone one to think of.
Still trying to fight that bit over towards long with both of their big weapons. No contact has been found. Surrenderers grouped up towards B. Running behind that Skydock. Trying to find the first opening, but Alkia is the one drawing first blood. Sophia is right behind her. The duo of Alkia and Sophia just shutting down the push over towards Gardens. No weapon range where you can retrieve it, but still a situation that's very, very beneficial for just some chill girls. And the execute should still take place. That B spot. Here not going into the teleport. Wait on too long as well. Elysian just going through that.
.40 seconds left on the clock, and for the side of SCG, you're going to be looking at this. You have both sites reinforced. Whether they TP back over, you have an opportunity for a fast rotate, but also as Sky has just popped the ultimate over towards short. So these Seekers are going to be the main key information for them to work with, along with a Brimstone ultimate. If they try and plant, this is going to get precarious. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Ultimate goes out, so do the shots, and that's going to be all the players from SCG on site ready to stop any sort of run out.
The Alexa is there. Jade Moore all on her own in showers. 8 seconds to go. This round will fall into the hands of some chill girls. Sophia is the one to close it out. 7 and 5. Is that enough going into the second half, Winter?
Charges.
That is the question that, side surrenders, you have to be thinking in the back of the mind. You've got 5, an opportunity to equalize the scoreline just off of pistol. But in this round in particular, the last round and a half, you had an awful buy. I think is safe to say. You had one rifle that was able to be brought up, one saved over in the last, and the setup that they opted for was putting both of these rifles in the same place to really make a difference. And then it was on the other side of the map with the weakened weapons that they had reinforced with the ultimates. So they put win conditions on both sides of the map, and we saw exactly how that played out. Rifles on B pushes them back into A. That's where both of the ultimates are sat ready and waiting. But that's the last half. Now is a trap setter possibly over towards B long, but the issue is there's numbers and there's scary things coming out of Garrett. Oh, out of Hookah.
Yeah, they're all dropping, but they're dropping into Anita's Sheriff. First track has already been taken. Sophia only able to get one for herself, but Toka, a wild push in. Gets countered by Ori very, very fast. Sophia, last player alive. Just some chill goats. Needs to take a deep detour. Get back to the action, to get back to the spike. Wants to go over the CT spawn, but should have been hurt right now.
Yeah, and also there's going to be alarm bells, right? You don't see anything towards long. The only possibility is a long wraparound, especially with the timing. Even if she was full sprinting, Elysian's ready and waiting. So an all-important pistol picked up by Surrenderers. Up to 6, an opportunity again to equalize this into a 7-7 matchup.
Spike down. B.
And those 3 kills on the side were just crucial. Play around with. It is an even matchup. Talked about it earlier. It is absolutely close. And this round for Surrenderers, incredibly crucial and important.
But the thing is, right, for both of these teams, because it's a mirror matchup, they should know the weaknesses of their own comp to be able to attempt.
Pikanduka goes down. Devil Exa is the first one. Getting the kill. Elysian just overran by all of the Some Chill Girls players. Bit more. One for her liking through that smoke. Nami parking the bus a little bit, but in the end, she's able to get the kill. Anita makes 2 for hers. All of the players low. Bobby herself in a 1v2 situation. Ori closing out the round. Chaos ensuing on the B side.
There.
But Surrenderers came out on top, even though it was an expensive one.
Love explosions. There.
Expensive. You have 3 players falling. Sure, you don't necessarily have all 5 players come into that with rifles or SMGs. But the fact is that from the side of SCG, you've gotten a spike plant for one. You've also been able to walk away with 3 kills. And also, it's more of the confidence aspect of if we can do this with pistols, when we're getting these weapons up on board, what sort of difference is that going to make? An Outlaw being forced up by Ori into this one, you even have a Vandal being forced by some of the players. They want to make this bonus as scary and as strong as possible from the side of Surrenderers, especially of those that only bought pistols, plastics, or sheriffs into the previous round. So there's still opportunity to make damage and turn the tide in this one. Only if the stars align, because at the moment, SCG, they're leaning over towards the weaker site.
Bot will clear out Elysian. Some information drawn out. Movement goes into the A side. Viper lurk setup up. Going Ori. Has the outlaw. What can she do? Needs to find at least 1 or 2 kills. To give a stop to this one. Which are dumped on the poor wingman. Drop down. Anita draws first blood. Finds Sophia. Viper setup down. Okay, also spotted out.
30 seconds left.
Positions known. Anita, but also seen in hookah. Alki only able to trade this one out. 2 kills for her liking. Nami also able to get 1. And just some chill girls are back. All of a sudden. Surrenderers falling apart after taking the lead early into the round.
10 seconds left.
Nami might at least be able to plant a spike, but needs to get pushed through with this one.
Last player.
The momentum of Alkia needs to be perfect, but the Surrenderers reign supreme. Both of them winning their duels. Both of them winning their 1v1s. And afterwards, we are going into elite situation for Surrenderers. I think this is the first time in 3 maps that we are seeing this happening.
I love explosions. You're up. Stay safe.
Both teams have started off by winning the pistol, converting the second, and even converting the third, having 3-0 starts to the defensive half, especially when the last time we saw these two teams play against each other on this map in particular, it was the defense that was struggling, right? Across both halves in regulation, it was a 5-7 in favor of the attackers. So defense is where they were struggling. Now, in this matchup, it seems to be the opposite. The attackers are thriving, especially being able to split the pistols and use that as a way to equalize for Surrenderers and also push the lead to 8.
What a stack of Nami and Zafir. Up there behind the boxers. Will the execute go down to that B side? It seems inevitable, but Alkia has already fallen down. Anita, I'm so incredibly impressed by the 16-year-old prodigy just showing off in that Game Changers off-season tournament. Ori gets overrun. Bobby needs to retreat into the backside, into safety. Not give off any more weapons. Lia takes Hookah control for herself. And the timing of Anita is perfect. She makes 3. Both of them in backside. You shall not pass. You shall not get in here. And the full house combined with Bobby takes the Surrenderers to 9 rounds.
Not the boom you hoped for. Pay attention. I learned something.
Winter, I'm just so incredibly impressed
Out of here.
by what the 16-year-old talent is showing us
I'm good for 3.
on one of the biggest stages that the off-season has to offer.
And it's not even just the biggest, one of the biggest stages. It is the last stage, right? This is the last event for these girls in this year. So you wanting to be going out with a bang, you wanting to be going out with your best foot forward, and especially being able to showcase when it comes down to individual excellence and your sheer mechanical ability that you are going to be at the top of your game. And getting multi-kills like that is definitely one way to prove it. And a timeout now coming in for the side of SCG. Yeah, definitely needed, right? You're 4-0 so far in this 0-4, sorry, so far in this half. You're faltering at the beginning. You're a 7-5 up. You had a relatively dominant half, especially with the rounds that we saw Surrenderers able to put together. But coming into this one now, the momentum shift is definitely happening. Surrenderers are going to be playing with confidence. They're going to be playing with the fact that we are already having such a flawless defensive gambit. Why not push this even further? And you're looking at the setups that they've got right now. This is looking like a fast A push and also out of Hookah on B. They want to crunch these players. Let's see how well it goes.
It's gonna be a massacre. The Fresh is up and running there, but just too far ahead. Nami already finding the kill on Tori. Already shutting down the push. Alkia gets the second one as well. The push out of Hookah doesn't work out as well. Some chill girls were ready for everything that the Surrenderers were throwing at them. Showstopper no up online for Alkia after she got a second frag. Bobby at least gets the player towards bathroom, but the rotation onto B side has been called. The retake is hard. The 2-player undermanned unit. After Wingwoman has planted, it will be a hard retake for the Surrenderers. But if someone can do it, it will be Anita today.
And especially with the ultimates online, for the side of Surrenderers, you're looking for a quick and easy kill, otherwise you may be forced into a complete retake in itself. You're getting a couple of bits of utility out. If you can get a weapon off a couple of these players, just force them to rebuy into the next. It could be good for you, because I'm pretty sure Surrenderers will have enough money. So from the side of SCG, they want to do as much damage as possible. Force the reinvestment. If possible, even get out an ult, but I highly doubt it in a situation where it's 4v2. And yeah, you can see these players wanting to keep these rifles into the next. If a kill was offered up to them, they would be ready to pounce. But SCG playing with discipline. That's an 8 on the board.
The surrenderers can stay on the board. After SCG won this one, the timeout of Drazix takes an immediate effect on what SCG is doing. Yes, they were winning the gunfights, but I really like the play of Nami, I have to say. Pushing over that Thresh just to clear out whoever is pushing to that area. Split-second decision that really paid off for her.
Learning some Mosh lineups, and okay, hang on, this could be scary. Look at that layer up of utility of the Mosh. You have the ultimate from the Brim, and then the showstopper that goes out, up and over. And look at that brute force way into the site. You lose 2, but you pick up 3. You're at least in the advantage. Players here ready for the retake are already slinking out into lamps. Toka's going to be the first point of contact. Gets the first, even adjusts to the second. It's the micro adjustments for the Sky player that equalizes this out into a 9-9, but not off the back of an incredible util-laid entry and a showstopper from your Raze. Yeah, look at this in the replay. The flash as well that goes out. There's no way this player on site is surviving.
I'm pretty sure that's the round Drazix called. Like, that was so coordinated, I'm pretty sure that's the round Drazix called on the timeout.
I mean, it's a pre-played round,
yeah,
right? It's
obviously
one that you run time and time again in dry runs, in scrims. It's a pocket play, and a perfect time to bring it out, like you said, after the timeout from the coach. Great opportunity to get a 9-9, and a great opportunity to get an entry kill. Jade Moore just offers her up on a silver platter.
How about Elysian? He's able to trade back. Able to shoot back from hookah. Now with the Vipers pivoted up, this one will be hard to contend with. Oh, with the strike taken as well. Same goes for the showstopper. Finds only Toka. The Viper's still up and running. And this will be the biggest problem of this fight. Anita can commit onto her wingman. Devil all on her own now. Finds only 1 kill. Surrenderers are going onto the double digits without the spike even been planted by just some chill girls. No breathing room onto the side once the Viper's pit was up, because there was just too much utility, too much ultimates to counter this hardcore play.
Yeah, it was ult after ult, but also it was player after player putting their lives in the crossfire, just not letting SCG get comfortable, not letting them be able to keep the advantage in player count and get that spike down. Because you're looking at that, they've just had a free kill onto Jademar, who's pushing up solo along B long. We're off the back of it. They have many players ready to fight. Talking about ready to fight.
The flash goes out amazing, but Alkia still able to convert 1 kill. Elysian follows this one up with a double kill. But how are they aware for Saphia? Ball is going up. Saphia slowly but surely going onto side. Elysian shows off once again. 3 kills already for her. Able to convert the ace. Toka and Devil are both still tucked into garden. Wanting to commit onto the B side. Elysian has been taken care of. But there's also the meat grinder of Anita you have to take account for. The 1v2 situation, which seems like a miracle after so much was happening throughout the entire round.
But look at the positions of surrenders. Both of these players are on the flank. An opportunity to isolate 1v1s if Ori takes a peek early, but hiding behind the smoke has an opportunity for these players to group up. To his Toka has no flash just to gather any sort of information. So much silence over towards CT, and now that's nail fire of a utility coming out. So there's a lot of damage, whether it's utility or with a gunfire, an opportunity. But Bobby connects the shot first, and Toka, so low as she was, that's 11 now for Surrenderers.
11 now for the Surrenderers, 2 rounds away from getting their first map on the board. They worked on their bind, it seems. They worked it out after losing
One enemy remaining.
it out on the first matchup both of these teams had.
Enemy remaining.
And Toka close to clutching out one of those rounds again. Like another fast B play. Trying to set up a little bit of a different Viper setup compared to the usual one we are seeing. Trying to split the spot a little bit. Lysian moving off of Fuka. They're preparing for a small trap play. Towards Garden if it's needed. Gecko coming through, the first flash hits, Shademore gets 2 kills! Zafia only able to crack 1 out on her lurk, but the spike has been thrown up to the ground, and Elysian just laying aim labs there on long. Clean double kill, clean aim conversion. And those 2 players, it's only down to Zafia. 45 HP on the board, gets 1 with the Sheriff, but another triple kill by Elysian, popping off for her team. 9 and 12. 1 more round to go for the Surrenderers to keep themselves alive into this best of 5.
Oh, the trap plays that Surrenderers are running over towards long in particular, whether it's on the pistol round, we saw 4 players stacked there, a couple of rounds into the half, we were seeing such an heavy B lean from this team, and especially when you're going into the position where you want them to take that orb, you want them to tap because you have a flash, you have a molly, you have a player swinging, and from that you're able to net 2 free kills of players just stuck out in the open, fully blinded, stuck in a molly, or even behind the Viper's wall, so they're decaying. And then another flash then to take care of the 2 players a little bit deeper down into long. Put yourselves in the best position to push this to the 4th map. Surrenderers up onto 12. Some Chill Girls are taking that time out, so they have an opportunity to get the coach onto the mic, to have a little bit of time to reassess to win conditions, what is required for them to push this into OT, have an opportunity to close this out in 3. Because the issue is, we were talking about this map before, this is a map that they've played, and it was a Surrenderers victory in OT. It was a 14-12. Hoping to rewrite history of a map win, but in regulation this time, an opportunity to do so with so many ultimates on the board or nearing it. Anita 1 away, Jade Ma and Elysian both online and ready. Just see how they're able to utilize, how they're able to turn a tide, lock SCG out of this round into sunset.
I've got your trail.
That's the only ultimate for some Chill Girls that was available has been used. Alexa able to plant a spike. It will be a retake situation. All of them from CT. Tag has been taken by some Chill Girls. What ultimates do you want to commit on the Surrenderer side? What do you want to slam on this round already? And the Fresh will be the answer. The Seeker's coming through as well. Ori has spotted her first contact, but Nami able to refrag Bobby, and Jade Moore also dropping out of heaven, getting 2 kills. But Alkia from bench too strong. The crossfire with Zafia holds up tightly, but the Surrenderers reign supreme, flooding the front side and getting a map on the board. We are on 2-1. We have a serious winter. And this off of the back of Jade Moore and Anita up and foremost.
Yeah, we're talking about what ultimates they're going to use. How about all of them? A great way back in to overwhelm the site players, overwhelm the post-farm positions. A great way to end the map. 13-9, like you said. They faltered on the first map of the series on their map pick. But thankfully, the side of Surrender is still in it. An opportunity now to push this further and further as we go in. So far, the scoreline ends 2-1, but that is in favor of some Chill Girls.
Yeah, and some Chill Girls, they stay on the map pick. They stay in a situation where you need to be on your heels, where you need to... You are fighting for your life, for your tournament's existence, and for basically your whole off-season. Yes, some Chill Girls had the opportunity to ban 2 maps today because they are coming from the upper bracket. You need to go deep into your own map pool right here and right now off the side of Surrenderers. And I think some Chill Girls won't take their worst map for last. They have their own map pick coming up next, which will be one that we need to look out for. And in the end, let's see where this is heading, because it won't be an easy feat to pull. It won't be an easy feat to pull off. Sunset needs to be another win for the Surrenderers to keep themselves alive and to keep their off-season alive, especially.
I mean, it was only going to keep them alive for another couple of maps if you're talking about off-season, because this is the end of the off-season in regards to competitions that are coming out and tournaments. But yeah, you're right. This is a do or die situation for Surrenderers going forward, and it was like that when we were going into Bind. So for them, nothing has necessarily changed except more of the hope and more of the possibility and the realization that this is something that is happening. A reverse sweep is on the cards. But from the side of just some chill girls, they're going into their map pick next. They have to be feeling confident. And like you said, they had 2 bans coming into this. And depends if they're floating that 7 map pool just yet. But they have obviously the perma ban coming out, and also the opportunity to ban Surrenderer's best map, or at least the map that they're most feared of going up against them upon. And I have to be looking at this. If we're going to have the same individual performance that we've had from Surrenderers in this map going into Sunset, then we definitely have some sort of backup to the sense of what I'm going in with the expectation that it's going to be heavily in favor of just some chill girls, just based on what we saw, recency bias and all in this series so far, as a whole, rather than just standout particular maps.
And like Bind was the map pick of the Surrenderers. I think they worked on their Bind to push this one over this time, right? Last time it was close. Now it got a little bit, they got a little bit more wiggle room, but the wiggle room ends here for the Surrenderers. It ended back when they lost the second map, which was Haven. And we're going on to Sunset as the next one. No more excuses, no more regrets. Both teams need to look forward to this one, because one wants to close out and one wants to keep their dreams and hopes alive. See you in a minute. And with the break continuing, welcome back to the Wingwoman tournament final. My name is Stella Kamaska. Next to me is the Great Winter, and we are going to present to you game number 4 of this incredible series, which looked over to me, if I'm being honest. When they started on 5 and when some triggers started 5-1 on the last map, I was like, I think it's an early off today. But Winter, you're no warmer, and it's
I'm freezing, so that's why I've got a hoodie on, guys. I'm not taking this unprofessionally, and I'm not kidding. I'm taking it full serious. I'm just freezing. As my name, Winter, I feel the ice cold of this room. But something else that's ice cold, completely smooth segue, right, is going into this series is talking about the First Bloods, right? In the first 2 maps, I was mentioning how unsuccessful the conversion of surrenderers was in regards to the First Bloods that they were able to get, and really capitalizing off that going into rounds. And something that we've been improving slightly ever so much every single map that we've been seeing. And in this most recent one, they were able to get up onto 10 First Bloods and convert majority of them, leaving that a 39 victory. And that's something that they were lacking on Ascent, especially. Got a little bit better about it on Haven, but really seeing them shine through on Bind of being able to get these first picks and also convert them, because that was an issue on Ascent.
Yeah, for sure was this an issue on Ascent. And Haven also to some extent, but Haven had some, I feel like, more difficult to figure out problems, because like their attack wasn't running at all, right? Their attack was just running against brick walls and nothing more was working for them. In the end, it was all falling a tad bit apart for them. That's why this map ended so brutally as it does with 13-6. But they kind of got it out of their head, which is impressive enough to me, because after starting 1-5 on map number 3, when you're already down 2-0, and when Heaven went like this, for me, overcoming this mental blockade is something that was incredibly important for them, and they need to continue working on this, and they need to build up momentum right here and right now.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head in regards to maintaining that momentum and build on it further, in the sense of, like we said, this is, again, could possibly be the last map of this series and of the off-season and of the 2024, right? And looking into this, they need to push it as far as they can. They need to go to the best of their capabilities and push their skill to the very limits, just to make it through, to survive until the 5th and final map, to be able to have an attempt, even a chance at walking away the victors in this tournament.
Yeah, and we are seeing the maps here right now, right? We started on Ascent like 3 hours ago, and Surrenderers, their own map pick, they lost it hard. You said as much. The first blood conversion rate was not really good, and it was just like live gaming Safia. 31 frags in 19 rounds was just crazy. On Haven, some different problems, especially with their attack, where it doesn't really convert the rounds. And when they won rounds, it was just off-off, pop-off performances of someone like Bobby, who were insane, or Anita. Both of them absolutely steady throughout the whole series up until now. And Bind, some of their redemption arc, especially after the second half, I feel like their own attack was just like absolutely crisp and got up and running. I am still a little bit afraid for them, because once we got to the point where you are 2-1 on the 4th map, you will inevitably run into the opponent's map pick. And Sunset is also, in my head, still a map that teams most of the time pick, because they know how to play Sunset and they want to play Sunset. You sometimes have those more defaulty maps like Ascent or Haven, where some teams just pick them out of, it's a map that we like to play, but everybody likes to play, and it's okay for us to play it. And it's a common ground that you can find with your opponent. But Sunset, for me, still is a map that you pick because you want to play it and because you have a clear direction on where you're going. And that's what makes me a little bit nervous about Surrenderers going into that last map. And let's see how this one will be going for them.
The issue is you might need to stay a little bit nervous for a short time longer. We are going to be going into a short 5-minute break just to sort out some tech issues. A player is having to swap PCs, and we want to make sure everyone is ready and there's no sort of issues and everyone's fighting at their full capability. So we will be back after a short break, hopefully with the 4th map over this grand finals.
Winter, my friend, I'm gonna ride into the sunset right along you onto our next map, and it's gonna be a banger. Sometimes I wanted to have some good transition, but it doesn't work out. We're going straight into the map. Dear viewers, Winter is just looking at me with like being confused. It's okay. Okay.
I'm concerned. I'll be honest. I'm concerned, especially if this goes to a 5th map and I have to deal with you for another hour. That's just criminal. But doesn't matter what is possible going into the future. Right now, we have Toka already taking a first pick. It's a very heavy mid brawl from both of the teams. Tafia wanting to push the issue further an advantage in the favor, instead equalizes it out, and Bobby in fact finally takes a peek in favor of Surrenderers to pull them into the advantage. A 4v3 and a readjustment, a rerouting over towards this B site.
Surrender's already taken that side, but Chill got all of the tools available to play this retake. Alkia on that Neon finds Bobby, draws first blood, finds a second frag onto Ori as well. The fault line coming through, but only stunning front side, so Elysian is free to move as she pleases. Jademore, some problems against Alexa, who in the end gets the kill. It comes down to the duel of both omens. Nami versus Elysian. Elysian's crosshair a little bit too low. Expected Nami to be down there, and with that, some Chill Girls up and running, winning the first pistol round of that map.
And something interesting about the pistols, right? Majority of the pistols we've seen across the 3 maps that we've had have been split. And especially now with SCG picking up this one, this is going to be, I believe, their 5th pistol so far in this series, 4th or 5th. So definitely they at least get a good start to the half if they're able to convert. Seen some troubles from both of these teams of converting against the pistols on a couple of the maps, whether it was on Ascent or on Bind. Obviously, the defense for SCG, an opportunity to bring this one through, but the issue is Surrenderers have forced up, so they do have a little bit better weaponry than just pistols. There's a Stinger on the raise, the main player you're looking to be the entry, to be the damage creator.
Bobby trying to take the ultimate point. Elysian draws first blood, and Bobby also joining in onto the force buy for Surrenderers. Kills already fallen. And it's once again meant unit for some Chill Girls who's trying to pick up the slack. Other players. Yeah, moving already from Boba. Has a judge in her hands. This might be that on the nose if she goes in there. Still 2 slides. Remember, we're on the old patch. So Neon still doing Neon things, but Anita can stop her in the approach. Nami trying to push into this one as well. No frags for the side of some Chill Girls. Surrenderers with the force buy, just pressuring through and finding all of them. 1-on-1. Surrenderers are back.
Yeah, and off the back of a full spy, Stingers, Spectres, even a shower from one of the players. Isolated kills over towards main, Guardian upgrades, further push into a 3B bomb site.
Let's knock them down.
SCG aren't ready for the force. They weren't ready for an immediate fight back from Surrenderers, and now they're left in a situation where they're facing a 1-2 scoreline. Opportunity for Nami though, up close and personal with a judge, and they are going to be filtering over towards her. Jump up on the further away ledge. They have the distance advantage.
Nami falling. Bigger weapons out of the hands. Some Chill Girls. Surrenderers are playing it smart, playing it slow. Methodically. Noise cancel coming through. Some players spotted, but Elysian and Bobby are already ready for the push. Are ready to fight back, and it's just on the 2 initiators for some Chill Girls. Just Toka. With her breach, Elysian. One getting the kill. Down onto Devil-Exa. All on her own, a classic in hand. Not much that she can do. It should be another flawless round. If Devil-Exa doesn't pull off some magic. For her team rotating into market, but also this position. Very hard to play from in this 1v5. Just delaying the inevitable. He will probably fall at some point or another. Checking some corners, and in the end it's Jademore, her counterpart. Getting the last frag towards Boba. Surrender us. Up again. 2 and 1. Need to remember, it's the map pick of some chill girls. The double duelist comp. For Surrender us.
That goes there.
Be the solution to this one.
I think, especially with the composition surrenders are bringing into this, right? You're really relying on a good attacking half, especially with the brute force capabilities of this lineup in the sense of you've got Bobby for any sort of information on the extremities, Jademore, Anita, and Ori have an ability to really force the issue on a particular avenue, whether that's forcing the issue on A main to get past this Omen one way, or even out onto the B site, or even into a B split, which we've seen a couple of times already from them in the first 3 rounds of this game. Only possibility is for the stun across. Great to get Alkia off the angle, but the follow-up is there, and some counter utility as well from Alkia, and she's pushing the issue. Good for 1, but gets traded instantly back out.
The trade instantly back out hurts some chill girls. Akia on the ground, one weapon should be able to be a pickup for the Surrenderers. Toka. The jet out. Not really necessary that Anita plays with the team. Picked up the Phantom. They slowly re-hitting towards A. Toka and Nami still staying there, still guarding that place. Nami will find the first contact. No shot second.
I know exactly.
Just retreating, just playing it disciplined as humanly possible. Anita needs to explode. Need to explode out of elbow. It's coming through fault line as well. And an ultimate into the elbow. Fight this one more aggressively, but Jademore gets a frag. Nami has been slain. Also, the same goes for Devil Axa. Anita gets a third frag down there into CT. Jademore closes out the round. 3 and 1. Surrenderers getting a follow-up round and a third in a row.
Started off so well for both teams in the sense that they go 1 for 1. Troid comes back out.
Yes, this should do.
Opportunity to push players back to get a flood retake going on at A, especially off of Bobby's ultimate, the neural theft coming through. They knew exactly where these defenders were positioned. They knew exactly the positions they had to flush out on site, whether that was with the breach stun, the breach aftershock as well, just to force those engagements. Really, the snowball effect went from there. The site players fall, the CT rotates arrive just to, again, fall to the Surrenderers players who've already engulfed the site. Now into this one, there's an eco for SCG. Mid's taken over by Surrenderers, and it's going to be going into a heavy market split into B.
They're all running into Sophia. Those B backside holds are just her domain. Finds Anita, the first duel is already on the ground. Unable to follow up the ultimate from Neon, already taken. Alkia will follow this one up aggressively. The aftershock of the Alexa sits perfectly. Bobby Noah also had to reveal herself, had to take the fight. Her own terms. Elysian finds Sophia. Only down to Toka. Can she do anything? Can she fight? Or can she get any kills? She doesn't. In the end, Surrenderers reign supreme once again. Just like that, up 3 rounds. Something that we are used to seeing in this series, but the arrow side way too close for comfort. To call this round a very successful one.
Yeah, but looking in the replay, right, you have the numbers advantage, a 4v2. What? Isolation of kills being offered up to Bobby. It was just sort of whether she'd hit the shots was the question. She does. A TP in through to CT. Sticks it, which is ballsy. Which pays the price.
Okay, finds another frag out Akia. Shots Anita out of her Blade Storm. And it's all falling apart piece by piece. The ballsy TP into the backside. You already said as much. Elysian wanted to sort of played a decoy for her team. In the end, lost out on this round. Alexa is the one closing it out. Some Chill Girls, flawless round needed to stabilize the economy. Stabilize as a whole. Some Chill Girls, like, with the comp of Surrenderers, I would tend to call this map
This goes
a tad bit attack-sided.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
For
I
their
mean, it's an
side. This
attacker-sided
double-
map recently in recent history, especially with the changes over towards the B site. Less of a devastating cipher hold with one-ways, with trips that you can't necessarily destroy too easily. But now it's definitely a clearer avenue in, and especially, again, we're on the old patch. The ping issue has not come through, so they are still able to get the spike down, play in heavy positions over towards main, and spam through smokes. And I think that's one of the main things we saw a lot of GC teams at the championships do, specifically Shopify, Rebellion, and Zipto on this map in particular.
They're dropping into the wire, but no kill. They converted from this one. The ultimate has been down. The Rolling Thunder going all over across the side. Alexa, 2 kills after their own utility. Nami also able to convert another one. The spike has not been planted. And Alkia on the backstep. It's the last one. Take a foot in the door. Surrender us. You can't run away with the game. Oh, some Chill Girls are just too steady on their retakes. Playing it calm and collected. All together. Not even giving them a chance to put the spike down to get that extra money.
This goes here.
Great use of the Rolling Thunder.
Yes, this should do.
Completely isolates 2 players onto site. They were stunned up. The rest bunny hopped back into main behind the guys with the smoke, behind the safety.
Here.
And the issue is the follow-up, spike not down. Obviously, they still had to continue to fight after the stun wore off, and disadvantage in numbers, playing the trade for SCG, able to convert another. Look at this exploration over towards mid. Good setup as well for the Breach to play off over towards A, and so much information for these players down mid. Any sound over towards A, you're going to get those rotates coming in super fast behind these players. The only issue is a lot of them are rotating, maneuvering through elbows that might nullify the cipher setup they have over towards main.
Look how deep Alkia has pushed already. She needs to be able to clear out the Cypher Tripwire. The Hunter's Fury also going through from middle. Something that they probably not expected. One tag coming there. Tag. Coming through Saphia. Caught by the Cypher. Cam, Jademore trying to fight this one back. Taking their space back. Their own CT.
Spike planted.
Mami, but Mami gets a double kill. Bobby and Jademore both try to push onto lane. Nobody gets a frag. Anita. One in the end that at least finds the trade on Ori. Also, they're both duelists just popping off. Double kill for both. Full house in the end. Triple kill Anita, double kill Ori. Make it 5 and make it 5 rounds for the Surrenderers. And with Anita on the duelist, things seem good for the Surrenderers. Those double duelist comps on them. Seems like they've
Another
found their
5v3.
identity in those.
A 5v3, a neural theft as well. Still, Surrender was able to clutch that round at the jaws of defeat. Taking good timing peaks from elbow into main. Duelist off guard, and then a double up onto site. The showstopper coming online just at the right moment. SCG wanting to get back onto the scoreboard quick enough. There's a buy coming into this. It's not the prettiest. You got some Guardians. You have some rifles. Seeing like the stack is in the right place. Should Surrenders continue to move forward, you have a double trip towards site.
Bobby has Toka. Tova already taken out.
It's triggered.
From an information gap. Jet up close and personal onto the box, and Jademore right behind her. kills the Cypher, finds the hold, finds the anchor. Good flash from Devil Exa, and the flash enables both of their frags. Ori and Jade more up on the ground. Elysium only able to trade one back.
I know exactly.
Finding themselves in a 2v2 situation. Cypher ultimate.
30 seconds.
Neural theft. You're all the information needed, but the spike still on site. How will you break that crossfire even with the information that you have? Bobby swings around. Alkia left her position. And due to that position leave, they might be able to plant the spike. 30 seconds left
10
to
seconds
bring
left.
it down.
Planted the
Only
spike.
down to Alkia. Long wraparound. Needs to find another weapon, this operator. Not the weapon of choice, probably. Retake this side. Now she has a Vandal in hand.
Stun
What can she
available
do?
as well.
Needs to find a one around both slides as well. And Elysian swings around. Elysian has the timing. Swings around. Round number 6. Surrender us. At least at even footings at halftime.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Nice initial sight holds.
Yes, this should do.
Even Spike in their possession. And again, it's the numbers advantage situations that are getting away from SCG. Talking about 3v2s, talking about 5v3s, the rounds that should be a sure thing. Especially when so many of the players are grouped up together, they're able to play the numbers advantage. They peek through with the stun and it's 1-for-1. Toka's trying to get away. Fortunately, gets out with her life with an ability of the breach to stand by and support should the follow through occur, but there's not. And again, a numbers advantage in favor of SCG, but Surrenderers have consistently been able to tip this back in their favor, find their way in, find the gap in the defensive setup to run away with rounds, and that's how we're at 6-3.
But this explosiveness, oh, a tad bit gone missing with the Jet on the ground. Anita, one of the main reasons they were able to get this much space in a short amount of time. Every time they're exploding onto side. Ori needs to do this heavy lifting now. Needs to get into really, really important angles. The fault line stops the approach onto side. Nobody gets on there. Now they're just crashing into the front side, the back side. They want to push this one aggressively. Jademog gets the frag. Jademog gets the second one. Nami only able to trade it. We are back to even numbers. The advantage has been taken away from them, but Nami finds a good peek and finds the second one onto Ori as well. The triple kill saves their round. No spike on the ground, no spike planted. And Nami gets the round down for some chill girls to bring them at least with in the general vicinity of turning it to an even game at the halftime. Still a long way to go, and with the comp of Surrenderers, it's gonna be still a hard one.
That goes there. Yes, this should do. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Back to mid. Surrenderers like the success they've had previously, wanting to replicate it further, but stun goes in, so they're going to be taking the main pressure. So now alarm bell should be raising over towards market, but the issue is, look at where Jess is, ready to wrap all the way into spawn. Should be spotted out soon enough. Toka deals with it, and everyone is falling. Elysian is left in a 1v4 situation. Surely this is too much of an ask. Deals with the first, paranoia comes through, wants to fight for the second, but the issue is no chance is given. 5 rounds now back on the board for SCG. A couple of rounds string together, making this a little bit more of a believable scoreline.
You already mentioned Sunset turned attacker-sided up on his own, but with the double duelist comp, with this double dive combination out of Jet and Raze, it tends to be even more of an attack map here. Your attack needs to be crisp. You need round number 7 here for the Surrenderers. There is no way you can keep this one. Get out of your hands lightly. Okay, aggressive push down towards ramps. They're all pushing backwards. So much space cleared for some chill girls that you need to re-clear now. You need to get your information back that you previously gathered.
But look
With
at
the
this
omen into
setup,
the off
right?
angle could be hard.
Look at the setup from the Cypher over towards B. You have a camera that can hold decently deep into main. You have a trip for the Beast, but you did have a trip over towards Heaven as well. And especially with the door closed, this map becomes a lot smaller for SCG in a good way. And the opposite for Surrenders, especially now that they had a lot of information over towards mid in regards to the lurk of Bobby. On top of that, also over towards A in regards to the initial push. But the shift walk in is an opportunity, was a way back into that site. But the issue is, look at the rotates that it's pulled. It's a cancelled TP, sure. But where it's cancelled back to, they're going to be walking in with a red carpet laid out for them by SCG. And it's going to be a post-plant 5v5.
You already said as much. SCG just gave them the side for free. Alkia swings around, gets one frag, but gets taken off by Anita. Deadmount Elysian also pushed over towards Link. But Toka didn't have waited long for this one. That will get good information. One player into elbow. You need to push this one out. The fault line has spots out Jademore. And it's all down to Bobby to bring this one home. To bring this one to a 5-7 lead. And she can't do it. The Quadra by Toka that saves the half for some chill girls. We are 6-6 at the halftime, and now comes the do or die half for the Surrenderers. You need to make this comp work on defense, otherwise you're out of the tournament, you lose the final. And with that sort of lead, 2v4 situation that Toka turns on its head near seconds.
There.
Going back down to pistols. And also the endurance, right, of these players. They've been playing for hours now. It's already gone through to 3 maps. This is the 4th. And none of them were realistically a blowout. All pretty decently close. Sure, a couple of 13-7 and 13-6 is dotted in there. And into the second half of a 4th game. Players to be tested. Those who opened up the series, possibly faltering the last hour. And that's where it is realistically for some chill girls. They want to close this out in 4. They don't want to risk going to a 5th map. Bobby, though, wants to push it there.
Oh, Nami makes 2 off of the play of Bobby. Nami can commit onto the repeat. Makes a second one towards top mid. Oh, it's a retake scenario. That Cypher cam of Safia might get crucial. Anita able to evade it. A second town right now. They don't. Going back into the main. Now they could spot Anita.
They're definitely aware of this presence in main, but that's the decision. Whether they're going to fight over towards CT or face towards main. Question is, which one's going to be the issue first? The stun comes through. Listen, Anita able to pick up this. Now Toka. In the postman situation, it has been smoked off. The pings aren't there, so it isn't going to be spamming in the perfect place. There's going to be time available just about as well. Has to stick it through the smoke. Has to trust the teammate to net the kill. And that's a pistol, again, split in this series between these two teams.
It all starts with Elysian's paranoia. They're into the backside. The breach was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I need to make a decision. Do I fight the player towards main? Or do I fight the player towards CT after the paranoia? Elysian then getting the last frag. Right in time. 0.29 seconds to go. Elysian doesn't get the frag there. This round might as well fall into the other hands.
Cage triggered.
Nico round. For the side of some chill girls, but they get onto side uncontested. Bobby in the backside, spotted out. Akia has the Spectre in hand. She actually bought up in this round as well. Same as the Surrenderers last time. The lead, numbers-wise, is in the hands of some chill girls. The spike has been planted. The full buy seems to work up until now.
Cover going out.
Damage has been done. Look at how low 3 of these players are. Even one being taken out by the paint shells. Flash in, trying to pick up some sort of peak, trying to buy some time, but there's an overwhelming force of the surrenderers coming through, cleaning up the rest of those kills. They lose 2 in the process, sure. But again, it's a round on the board, and that's all that's going to be counting for these players.
And on the other side, just some chill girls lost their force buy. Yes, they got the spike down. But they lost the force buy in the end, even though Alkia finds an opening. Finds the first few frags, but then it's just a small Ori masterclass. And it's only down to 3 Stingers and 2 Sheriffs. Some chill girls need to make something happen right here, right now. Otherwise, this game will go sour really quick, and we will be on map number 5, which will be split in a matter of seconds.
I mean, we saw the string of round surrenders were able to put together after forcing in the second, after losing the pistol. They were able to string 4 together, and that was definitely a big boon in regards to getting a 6-6 half. And really put them on the right foot coming into this series and into this map. The issue is they need to make sure that they don't repeat the similar mistakes of SCG, of losing to the pistols, losing to the force buy.
And they're pushing onto Anita, but she gets at least 1 frag. Still, the trade's falling into the way of some chill girls. Nami and Alkia. Also part of the conversation. Jade Moore now able to get one for herself. Pushes through. Bobby. Counterpart taken out, but she's also on 3 HP. Extremely low, but no trade possible. You need to defuse the spike as fast as possible. You need to get
Cage
on
is the only
this
one with HP.
fast as possible. And I really think Jade needs to start the defuse, but Devil Axer is there. In market, fault line coming through. Bobby stunned. They're not committed on the swing around. But Devil Axer, in the end, finds the kill. Some chill girls get in half of a thrifty round and win it out. What a back and forth we are losing right here and right now. Only 1 round separating those 2 lineups. And this is basically the pistol that we are talking about.
What could have been for Bobby on that spam there? Almost able to bring it into 1v2, possibly see a different outcome.
This goes here.
As we go into round with surrenderers now on the back foot in regards to economy, in regards to weapons that they're able to bring through. Trying to bait out any sort of utility with it. Orbs tap over towards 8. Devil X, they're stunned. The next time they tap it could prove deadly. Stun goes out. Swing comes through. Even a paranoia as the counter utility is too late because Alkia's gotten the kill and she's gotten out. That's one of the benefits of Neon Akamas. You can easily take in a peek like that, get it, and then also run away before there's any sort of counter utility or answer back or a peek off of one of the other defenders.
And that's what's making Neon probably the better duelist than Jet and Race right now. You have so much more safety once you're in a situation that's sticky for you. Noise cancel doesn't quite work out. Or just some chill girls here. They're still running into the strong side of their opponents. Showstopper been used by Ori. But a good potion of hiding from Alkia. Pushes into backside, gets a 3rd frag as well. All of them falling into Safia's meat grinder. Some chill girls on the brink of equalizing this map. Pushing it. Maybe to elite in the next round. And afterwards, looking at the deficit on the possible last map of the year for the Game Changers EMEA community. All of them ready to say hi to Elysian. She falls to Toka in the end. 8 and 8. Just some chill girls brought this matchup back. Brought this map back after losing 3 rounds in a row at the beginning of the second half.
And for me as well, looking at the composition and what CSG have coming into this to work with, in particular this round, you have the Neon ultimate, you have the Breach ultimate, you even have Nami's if you want to use that in some creative way. But for me, it's more of the fact that now SCG are on that attack, they're able to dictate the pace a lot more rather than waiting for surrenderers or trying to make a proactive play. So they're not just waiting and talking about proactive play. Anita attempts something with the Blaze Storm, tries to be the hero for her team in this round, and instead may just be the undoing. One of the duelists already down for the count. Like you said, they do have a second to rely upon in situations like these. SCG got a kill, vacated mid, and now turning the sights over towards A. But looking at the rotation, Surrender's happy to play retake on B. They want to be a nuisance over towards A. They don't want to let them take sight for free.
Rolling Thunder available. For Devil Exa if they want to commit hard to that side. Arkia already there. Dash behind Jen. Low space taken. Nami finds an opening here. Ori only there for the trade. Elysian falling into the CT as well. Alexa able to find this one. A nade behind Jen. Doesn't find any targets. Ori dropped low to isolate those gunfights, but everyone is ready to peek for each other. If Toka dies, there is a flash in hand. And Toka just too steady. Both of them aimed off from elbow. Just some chill goals who are 9 and 8 against the Surrenderers, who are up 1 round and turned this map completely on its head.
One enemy remaining.
This is the thing, when you're on the attacking side, you do dictate the pace. And even when they're able to navigate the seas of the high water, they're even able to punish the overextensions, the attempts at hero play surrenderers are vying for over towards mid with the Blaze Storms out, thinking that could be the turntable for the round. Be the win condition wanting to put in a position so aggressive to try and catch SCG off guard, and it's almost the opposite. They were ready and waiting for an exact call, an exact push like that, regroups over towards A and keeps the advantage further and further into their favor.
The advantage falls further and further into the favor of just some chill girls, and you need to get a stop to it. You're in this money, you're in this hole of money where you can't only dig yourself out with winning a thrifty or committing some more rounds to this. Either eco or full buy, and you need to break out of the rotation at some point. Surrender us. Some bigger problems as it seems. We have a small tech boss. I hope our production can tell us at some point how long this will take. Okay. So we will be back soon for you. But yeah, as our production says, everyone can enjoy the sunset that our beautiful observers are showing us. I just wanna give a small shout out, by the way, to everyone who's observing and taking part in this tournament. We will come back to this later, maybe. But you know, just as you know, there are a lot of people taking part in this tournament, and everyone is doing their best job. It's not only us casters in front of the screen or friend that we are trash talking all of the time. It's, you know, a big part and a big team, and everyone is absolutely insanely lovely and does an amazing job. Empress at some point said Diver's family, and somehow this is something you feel in every part of all of this. And you know, if you have the time in chat, just leave some love there for all of the people in the background, for all of the observers, for all of the admins, for all of the people who are making this possible, because Dive wouldn't exist without the people in the background that you're not seeing on the screen and that you're not hearing every broadcast, like us yapping peoples, right?
Oh, I can do it without hearing you every broadcast, Akimas. I don't know. But don't know. Honestly, it is really thankful to everybody that's taken part, and especially giving a platform for the girls to play on, right? And being this sort of showcasing opportunity, especially in the off season. Realistically, we wouldn't be seeing these two teams play against each other. Obviously, some of the names, sure, we've seen at the top of tier 1, and especially in the GC EMEA circuit, but this gives an opportunity to give us a little bit of a sneak peek about what we're expecting in regards to roster moves, especially for those unsigned teams going into 2025. But having a little bit of a refocus back on the game so we can hopefully get out of that tech pause soon enough. We have 4 ultimates, right, for the side of some chill girls. So, and especially in this break, there's an opportunity for them to really reassess how they're going to be coming into this one, especially on the low buy of surrenderers, right?
Yeah, now it's time to get into the double digits. Surrenderers need to find some stability into what they are doing, some sort of unity in their place, because they are falling apart too quickly, one by one, in solo situations where your aggressive playstyle doesn't work out. This time Anita was right there in time, completely, Sophia completely stunned. And the incoming Jet just taking advantage of this one. Alkia fading out against Ori, so we are back. Even numbers. Nami. Deep push into Boba. We'll find the presence of Elysian right there. Not pushing this one further. Anita against Alkia, also successful in the middle, but the side has been taken by just some chill guards. Need to get the spike down as quickly as possible before the flood of surrenderers is coming in. Joker gets a frag onto Anita, making this one much more believable. Another aftershock will stop the approach that is coming through off your feet. Rolling Thunder going through as well. Oh, Devil Axa. Getting back into a 2v2. Retreating into main, or what are we doing? Joker, you should have heard that jump. And Joker doesn't find a kill. Elysian is the one. Move to Sheriff. To see her up and running. All is on the shoulders of Devil Axa. First peek isn't successful. No smokes into the main. Spike has been smoked off. You need to get into this one, but there's Shorty in hand. And Elysian dies to this one. Incredibly close round, but just some chill girls, in some sort of miracle, pulls this one off.
Yeah, 2v4 Akimask. And honestly, you cannot look at Devil X's utility more, right? You're in that situation. Sure, realistically, it shouldn't have even gone to the 2v4 based on the money that they were coming into this with, but it was especially the flashes over towards CT to slow that down, and then the ultimate as well, so then they were able to turn their attentions back onto the players that were walking out of market. So there were so many micro details in regards to how well Devil Yaxa was able to play that, and then of course obviously Toki being that firepower backing up, but firepower in this round is Elysian taking off the first, getting a second, and there's another 2 players here to contend with.
Playing this one up close. Smart decision, but Devil Axa finding Ori Jadmon's positioning should be obvious as well. Joker taking advantage of this, has ultimate up as well. Might be firing it into CT. As soon as she knows both of the players' positions. Bobby known as well. It's a 1v2 once again. Toka. So many great plays today. Sees that the Jet is still defusing, gets the first kill. Ultimate ready. But Anita is steady enough to peek too short. And Surrenderers breaking the curse, breaking the overall habits at this point. And now we're up full buy against full buy once again. Yes, Surrenderers money doesn't look too clean. They're still up and running, and it all starts with Elysian. 2 kills on short, also knowing that this Omen Paranoia is probably coming out of the smoke. Playing around this one perfectly.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Again, similar position upwards, over towards mid, aggressive stance from the Jet, but it's Alkia that you're looking at to really be the Titan, but falls to a stunned up Jade. And now Nami's been altered over towards site. She's going to be closed in upon. Jade wants to get this kill, but the smoke just in time cuts off the angle. It's in fact Nami that takes the kill onto Jade, trying to equal out the numbers, is even able to get it back into a 3v3.
Alexa also gets a kill to the backside. Elysian dropped. No more smokes for a potential retake. It's crucial. Only down. Brazen Cypher. Bobby and Ori. What can you do? The former heroic player gets one, gets two. Nami ported over just in time. Left her teammates alone. Could have been a figure onto that side. One more damage dealing. Sona, a little bit more firepower. Bobby, do they expect her so deep? Do we expect a second player? You don't. Nami falls onto the weapon of Bobby. 3 kills, but the port maybe an overcommitment from her.
Double digits. 10-10 scoreline between the two.
Wanna quickly once again mention, Bobby is the only player in this whole series without Game Changer's main event experience, and she is calm enough to clutch this one against Nami with a headshot in the end. That's like, for me, personally, this is incredibly impressive.
But the issue is how close that came into the fact that it came down to 1v1s. Blaze Storms are required out of the Jet just to be able to have something coming into this round. So SCG have been able to keep Surrender's economy in check, at least doing some damage on their way out in these exit rounds.
Not the best of damage has been found. Ultimate. Now taking the Hunter's Fury off the side of some chill girls. Ori finds a second kill for her liking. Elbow has been cleaned up. No damage found with the Hunter's Fury. Slowly but surely, crouch walking into Elbow, and they left this position.
Cage trigger.
They've completely vacated A. They're ready to play full retake, and look at the other avenue that Surrender is. Sure, we leave A, but we're going to take up mid. So when they eventually do go for this retake, you're going to have players coming in from CT with the Jet and Raze rotates through, and you're also going to have the threat of main. But the issue is, SCG wants to push the issue over towards CT.
30 seconds left.
And now with that Ultimate online, they're going to be able to reassess and situate themselves in the best possible position to win this round. They don't want to go back over towards A, but the issue is they still have to get past Anita, the one with the Blade Storms.
And I need to do
Face of
14
3
seconds.
players.
14 seconds on the clock. You need to plant this one fairly safe. And probably there are 1 or 2 players in main. That camera destroyed, so position of Anita. Clear now.
Player standing.
It's a kill onto Safia. It's a 1v4 situation. Nami needs to be the hero. Needs to bring over some heroics for her team. Can she do it? Is she able to clutch it out? 1 versus 3. The spike will be defused. In the end, Surrender us on 11. Some chill girls in need of a timeout probably here. Convert the next few rounds, and yeah, Drezix also taking this one into account. The end, like, needed timing. You can't let them get onto 12. And the last few times when Drezix took a timeout, things got better for some chill girls. They won some rounds. They had some pre-scripted plays that they could potentially start letting go here.
They need something. Again, down in round accounts. They've been fighting in the second half to take over the lead, and it's Surrender's answer back. That's now left them with their first front foot forward. 11 on the board. 2 more to close us out and push us to the final map, push us to split. As SCG has something to say about it. They have the Breach Ultimate online, a timeout, a coach's input, and also money in the bank to work with. It's now or never. They lose this one, they're going to be going into the next with dire restraints on their cash, and Surrender's up on 12, so you don't want to be letting this round slip. You want to match them. That's a breaking point for both of these teams in regards to economy. Surrenderers, sure, have a little bit more in the bank, have a bit more to work with if they lose this one. It still won't be pretty.
There's the Rolling Thunder up and running for the side of some chill gods. They want into market. Bobby holding this one tightly. More retreat, a lot of discipline off of the side of some chill gods. Not a fast commit, taking their time. Jademore finding 2 in the main area already, but Nami, the crash out of market now. Onto the side, but the spike still situated in main. Ori doesn't quite commit to the go up there. Kill falling for Sophia. Can Ori find some damage? Alkia is the next one. Be successful in the 1v1. The aim just shines now for some chill girls. Everyone can frag out. Everyone can take a kill. Everyone is able to find damage onto the surrenderers.
Spike planted.
Lizzie and do right now. Market smoked off. Ori has been found in the backside, but Alkia was stuck there with her and not the other way around. Nami goes into the backside with Sophia. Both of the fallen Nasser players. They're knowing where Elysian is. Best utility to take an aggressive fight. Also Elysian, no more paranoia as Elysian. Can isolate it, gets both of them in a clutch! But why are you playing this why are you splitting up? You give Elysian the isolation and obviously she commits onto this one. Yes, plays result out of misplays, but it was just too easy for Elysian playing aim labs with their heads. Might have been the last straw to send us to map number 5.
Match point 12 on the board for Surrenderers, and especially after a clutch like that, you've got to be feeling the passion in that camp, right? You've just been able to walk away with the situation where you were stuck. You had to defuse. Said, handed to you on a silver platter. Ultimate goes out, but it doesn't matter if these players are already in main and really making their presence known.
Toka gets one. The trade, but so falls slow in the process. 3 out of the 4 Surrenderers players now on the side and important to nowhere for Nami. Not knowing where all of the players are. The decision, but have paid off. There is a lot of space taken in front side. Still, 1 player short. The fault line into Boba might be able to get another fight. Nami brings around this one, finds the head, but Bobby too clean on the aim, too keen. What she wants to do there, Double Alexa. Turning away from the flash, but no follow up into this one. Bobby's positioning not known. Pushed out of the corner. Double Alexa, the one that finds the kill.
Plays in main. The only safe place they have is over towards Boba, and that can be easily compromised, especially with this player wrapping all the way around through mid. Breach ready.
Elysian solo peaks. Another frag into the pockets of just some chill girls.
Last player standing.
Also Anita falls down. Toka absolutely ready for this one, but also Jademore.
Both players
The
are 1
next one
HP.
crashing there. Toka 1 HP. Both of them 1 shot.
Who's quicker to the trigger?
And Toka
And it's
is
gonna
it.
be Toka.
Toka finds it. Toka gets it. Live to die another day. Just some chill girls on 11 and 12. 1 more round for an overtime.
This goes here.
SCG really able to fight their way back from situations where in 2v4s. Isolations of fights with the utility from Devil X over to Spawn and Elysian overstepping and capitalized on. Surrenderers aren't going to be short for cash. Got a couple of ultimates online. Not the most star-studded ones, except that Breach ultimate, right? That's the main one you're going to be looking towards into this round to be this, well, the most impactful one, whether it's on the retake or to deny a push. Looking at the positions where the spike is and where we see Jade Mark posted up, it's likely to be this retake, although there's a Jet up close and personal with a Bucky.
Interesting, because I also thought that money-wise it should be fine, Anita. The number 1 has been taken. Zafir will guard that weapon for life if she has to.
Cage trigger.
No shots hit with the Guardian. She can trade up with Vandal and jiggle it out. So no weapon upgrade for the side of Surrenderers, but still. Command unit.
30 seconds left.
Need to find these something at some point. 30 seconds left and no space. Nothing has been taken by just some chill girls. The timer is running out. Time is running out on them, and Bobby finds another kill. Anita just pushes into main, and this should have been the round. Anita makes 2. The Bucky just reigns supreme. 5 seconds. It's all running out. No time. The ultimate is there for the taken, and Surrenderers are taking us to a map number 5 here in this lovely Sunday evening. Nami ends up topping the scoreboard, but in the end, it's Surrenderers that are winning this matchup in 11-13 fashion. Next one will be do or die for both teams. And Winter, after map 3 started, I was like, okay, this will be over in 3 maps. Now we are here. How are we feeling?
There's definitely things to say, positive and negative, for both of these teams and what we've seen across the last couple of maps. My main thing is the stamina. Because I think this is fair to say in regards to both of these teams, the level of Valorant that we saw in the first couple of maps has been significantly dropping as we're getting into this 3rd, like towards the tail end of the 3rd and into the 4th map. And I'm worried about the 5th because I know both of these teams have amazing Valorant that they're able to show and that they're capable of showing, right? And for me, I really want to see sort of a revitalization of both of these teams coming into that 5th and final map, just so we can really see both of these teams put all the cards on the table and show us what they've got and why they deserve to win, whether it's in the reverse sweep or to stave off a reverse sweep in this grand finals. It's the last event that they're going to be playing in 2024.
Yeah, and that last event will have a little bit of overtime because map number 5 is coming up. The French legendary player Sia once told me in an interview on Project Queens, how do you survive 5 maps at this point in time? And she's like, good sleep, some breathing, and a lot of Red Bull. And with that, you know, I think it's gonna be the same for those players. And I'm just, you know, I just wanna see a good 5th map right now. Maybe we will get even more time and 2 overtimes in this one as well, because this game is absolutely insanely close. Both teams on the same level, and you said as much. The level of Valorant dropped throughout the best of 5, which is pretty normal, especially into an online environment. But let's see if they can revitalize themselves for the last map of the day today. Split will be the decider for us today, and we were going into a short break, if I heard correctly, and then we will be back for you with map number 5. Stay tuned, get something to drink and some snacks. Bye. The first 4 maps have been split between those 2 teams, and the last one will be fittingly split as a decider. Welcome back to the Wingwoman tournament. My name is Stalaka. Mask next to me is currently dying of my jokes, Winter, and
I'm just glad your name hasn't changed throughout this whole series. We keep coming back to I'm still Akamask, and I'm glad I keep making sure your name is correct when I refer to you. We're talking about making sure everything's correct. Just some chill girls have something to correct in the sense of they just lost the last 2 maps. They were 2-0 up in this series. And now they're being threatened with a reverse sweep, especially with a dash in from Anita and a lot of space gathered, but Nami is right there to push back.
The first blood has been drawn by some 2 girls. Ori swings around as well. Akia already on the ground. And so all of a sudden, Surrenderers are taking this game back. Ori, 3 frags from the side. Taking all of them. The double swing is great. Bobby closing out this pistol round. And the first one goes into the hands of Surrenderers, who again hit a double dive comp. Once again, Race and Jet. For their liking. Once again, Anita on Duelist. Ori just shows off again that this frag can occur is a crime, Winter.
Crime, but they got away with it. Surrenders, again, netting the pistol. Ori off to a flying start. 3k in the pistol, ready to follow up with more, with a satchel up into heaven, Bulldog in hand. But the issue is there's no one from SCG there to collect.
All trying to play playing his side as 2. No peeks into heaven. A lot more defensive approach from the side of some chill girls. But Anita gets kill number 1, gets kill number 2 converted as well. Small hiccups there, but the just power of the buy continues her streak with 2 quick ones. Now it's just 3 of the Sun Chill Girls players. They do anything about it. Shouldn't invest too much utility. That doesn't recover next round. It's coming through Aftershock as well. Bobby not hit by this one. Elysian gets 1. Bobby strikes back again, and Elysian with the last frag in this round. It's gonna be flawless for the Surrenderers. Up 2-0. Pistol rounds might split once again. It's an absolute close game between those 2 teams.
1 enemy remaining.
Like you said, it was a flawless second round in the sense that they have not lost anything. So coming into this one, it is a strong bonus by 3 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres, and especially going up against some of the half farmers that the SCG girls have an opportunity to do a lot of damage and even possibly turn the tide in this round. A default coming out from Surrenderers. They're poking and prodding over towards A, but they've also managed to insert a raise up close and rapid. Look at how many players of SCG are here. 4 players in close proximity. Should they pull the pin and decide to go over towards B, this Omen's going to be tested early on.
Right there.
Could put this in a situation where they're in a 4v5 post plant.
So both teams are just things out a little bit. No real space taken. Only now push comes out from middle. 3 of the Sun Chill Girls players trying to cross their Akia. Finds Ori for the first kill. Nami also takes part in this one. Players are blinded. Nami saw 2. Should be able to figure out where the last one is. Jademore falls into the hands of Akia, and it's only down Bobby and Elysian. Elysian clutched so frequently in the last round, but one just seems too much to ask. 2 versus 5. They're race low. Nothing really else for the taking. Elysian dropping down. Sophia able to convert this frag. Now hunting for Bobby. The widest of decisions, because Bobby at least trades herself out. No flawless round. Just some chill girls on the board here in the 3rd round.
It's one of the few rounds beginning of halves we've had in this series with everything's gone to plan. One team's win the first, wins the follow-up against little to no investment from that team, and then in the third you finally get the full rifles back out. The issue is into this fourth, it's been a costly round for SCG in the sense of you even have Safia having to bring out a Guardian. Not enough money to reinvest into the next, but it doesn't matter. The Guardian's not going to be tested. It's the Vandal Valkyria gets the entry, backs off. Jademar trying to heal up her teammates and takes a hell of a lot of damage instead.
Round slowly but surely falling into the hands of some chill girls. Heck yeah. Will you peek this one? Players there, the flash coming through. Formation has been given over. The both Surrenderers players. They have Bobby's ultimate to play around if they wish to slam it. Up until now, it seems like they want to play this one pretty dry. Waiting and dwindling down time before A. Doesn't really force out rotations for the chill girls. First frag falling towards heaven. Toka gets this one. Ori on the ground. Damage on Jademar might be a problem here as well. Can't really peek into anything else.
30 seconds left.
The chill girls are all on the A side.
The issue is 2 kills untraded for Surrenderers. 14 seconds left on the clock. They have little to no options except try and brute force their way through B. Jademar is going to be the first point of contact. 30 HP, easily dealt with. 5 seconds left, no time now. And now it's just about Safi. How long can she survive? Not long enough.
And
But
in the
still,
end,
it's a round in favor of SCG. Although, Devlaxa does donate over a rifle.
the thing for me is I don't really like the time that they were taking right before A. No space taken, nothing explored, no new information for them. They just get A main.
This goes here.
That doesn't really get them anywhere.
That goes there.
The dry execute also in the end fails.
Oh, this is a nice.
Because just some chill girls
Cover going out.
forced rotations into this one. All of them played A.
There.
Talk of Nami will take some time off the clock.
Look at this Trailblazer over towards A. That's going to be a lot of information gathered. So they're going to be ready for the stack over towards B. There's 3 players ready and fighting in main. Even a lot of utility just to counter any sort of a push them further and further back into lobby. Deny any sort of B rush or B execute they were planning. How it stunted their attack, right, Akamas? They have no space over towards A, over towards mid. Sure, they leave a player back into B main just to gain and hold on to some resemblance of control. Going in for a split.
But
Heaven's going to be the point of contention.
there's Nami with a warm welcome. They haven't moved off in a bad timing, but they now see the barrel of the gun. No shots hit from Devlaxa, and all of them in heaven just flooding on the side. Double kill for Lysian. For aim also.
30 seconds left.
This time of the game seems to be crisp as ever. Ultimate now comes through from Sophia. There's a spam. What she's seeing. No kills to be found. The DK, the ultimate of the sky. Really reason to get onto side. The world divided gives them so much space, so much information. The Sark comes in, Sophia gets one trade against Jademar, and now the crossfire basically unbreakable for Toka. No flashes to play with. And she isolates it and she breaks the crossfire. What? Enough time to defuse the spike? You can't tell me this just happened. Toka breaks the crossfire because the main player moves off in the wrong timing.
Trust Toka in situations unwinnable to just turn it on its head. Like you said, a 1v2. A position where you're not expecting anyone to walk away with, sure, 1 at the very most. And even Staffy here doing a great job of noting the second player over towards backside. And then having to watch from the sidelines as Toka has to isolate both 1v1s and does so. Enough time to get onto the spike to defuse and put 3 rounds on the boards.
They're just waiting for the push to mid. Anita just runs over the Alexa. No real counterplay possible with that judge. And Ori gets the second one to Nami as well. Alkia. Double kill. Nice transition of her aim. Nice transition of her spray. But Anita, the second one with the judge into vents.
Yeah, you're pushing a judge
Yeah,
in
they had to
vents.
expect her there, right?
Yeah, no, they 100% knew they were
knew
there. It was
that.
more of taking the fight. You want to go up close and personal to a judge. I can think of 10 better things to do personally, but it doesn't matter about me personally. It comes down to the players on the server. The issue is there's a severe lack of them right now for the side of SCG. There's 2 versus 3, and both of these defenders are split. Fortunately, they do have the weapons advantage, but also the positions of the Jet in mid means that they have to rotate around CT. They don't want to push this vent. Lucian takes a gamble being outside of that ultimate. An opportunity given, but not capitalized on. A 1v2 was required from Toka in the previous. Is a 1v3 too much out of the question? The first is done easy, quick, and clean. But now it's a Viper's Pit.
She find the Viper. The timing's perfect. She gets Elysian.
Ultimate available.
She wants to scout this one. Uses the ultimate. Known position of Bobby is known.
Do you know she's
fight
not
this,
sticking?
but
There's
there's
no
no-
time to do this.
The spike will explode. But Toka just takes too long to figure out the situation, to find Bobby. And it's just an oversight too big. The end round falls towards the surrenderers. So now equalize this off of the play of Anita. Off of the, very judge play.
Remaining. My ult's ready.
There in the middle.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Bobby playing mind games, breaking
That goes there.
the ultimate early on, especially right around the corner. Toka
Get out of my
didn't
way.
believe in the safety of at least sticking half.
Recovering it.
Time comes back to be the 6th man for the attackers. Bleeding down the clock, bleeding down the spike. To a situation, it's equaled back up, neck and neck of some of these rounds. We need a couple to be strung together just to see an advantage take place and to see team really take hold of this half. This might be a double ultimate coming out from both of the duelists of surrenderers, but there's no one on site to receive this rocket.
Side has been cleared out just by the pure presence of Ori. Backplant will go through Jade more. Putting this onto side. Across the spot wire didn't work out for Sophia. Now she's falling through this presence from Anita on screen. Showstopper on the other side gets much more damage going. Alkia finds a kill. The double kill from Toka also comes through, but no. Breaking back and forth. Ori also with a double kill. Toka make it 4. After 4.5 maps, Toka still as clean as ever. Bringing some chill girls up once again. 4 on 3. Toka, 4 kills for 4 rounds for some chill girls. And it's just a nail biter as the first 3 maps were as well.
My thanks.
And just look at the scoreboard. Toka's 10-2. Sure, we can talk about the round she was unable to get across the finish line, but in this one, really stepping up for a team of 4K in the rounds, a 1v2. At least this time there was plenty of time to work with, plenty of time to get that spike defused. And a 4th on the board. And again, we're looking at these sorts of maps similar to Haven, about we're favoring the attacker side. This time, Surrenders have a double duelist composition on a realistically, historically defender-sided map. Nami maybe pulling the trigger a bit early here. Good for the first, even able to get out, so great utility.
Nami's able to get out there. It's just like absolutely painful for Surrenderers. Kinda need to find a trade at least against the judge. Nami hanging onto the ropes. Trying to crossfire with her teammate. Coming through from Surrenderers. Some chill girls still very much onto the B side, but the dog clears middle. And with that, the first rotations will also start for some chill girls. Sky already through spawn. And there's an operator. Oh, there's an outlaw, Alkia. 2 kills in her pocket. The third one gets the Alexa.
I have the spike.
And with that, some chill girls might be able to break the back and forth. They might be able to get 1 round of the on the board. 5 and 3, 2 rounds ahead. Alkia. 3 kills for her. That outlaw paid off huge for the side of some chill girls.
Ragtag 5 outlaws. Judges. I'm sure we'll talk about a couple of vandals spotted around in there.
There. This goes here.
5th on the board.
Free sucks.
And out of isolation, when we're talking about the gun rounds, only 1 has been won by Surrenderers, right? This 3 rounds on the board, maybe a little bit misleading in regards to the sense of 2 of them came from the pistol wins. An opportunity to put another one on the board, but Alkia is here, ready to collect for the first 2, and is followed up cleanly by the rest. You can talk about the ultimates used, but it doesn't matter if you're going to cut off lines of sight to heaven or to ramp. There's a player stood right in front of the smoke and you don't even see her.
And the timing is perfect for her. If they go through that smoke a split second earlier, Alkia has no chance to get any sort of damage going. But it's absolutely perfect. The Sky Flash dodged, and with that, no opportunity to react in time on the positioning of the race. Yes, you kinda need to check that angle, if we are being honest, but in that sort of a split-second situation, it's just too hard. Wrap your head around this one. Timeout. Day 2, long time manager of Neon Blade. Giving them some words of wisdom and some strategies for the next round, I hope. Because this double duelist combination needs to start get rolling on that attacker side.
And the money is already building up now for some chill girls. A couple of rounds in the pocket, realistically should be able to buy to the end if they're able to carry forward a couple of this round, because looking at it, a hero rifle of the Bulldog and Sheriffs is all to speak of.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Nami has been spotted. Been hurt by the Sky Flash. Anita needs to get into that judge. 1 kill, 2 kill. The judge is paying off again. Vance judge, it is Jademore. In the end, the one who closes out the run. A lot of damage onto Jademore. No kill to account for it. Repick, it had too ballsy maybe from Nami in this situation.
Also, out of everyone, it's so much better to do the damage onto Jademore, right? Because she can't heal up herself, obviously, and even further information gathered by Toka that it hasn't necessarily been compromised too much. They still haven't crossed over into Vent, but now, as the timing goes, Spike's in Vent, ready to meet up with Elysian. The other player, the only player with a rifle, gets spotted out. So now 2 players minimum are noted over towards mid, so that's definitely going to be warning signals for the 2 players who are anchoring over towards A.
Let's step into the cage. Sophia. Let's go into Jademore.
Down A.
Spike lays up there on the ground. Surrender us. Can they get something going on the side? Elysian is the one getting another frag. 6 seconds on the board. If the spike plant gets interrupted, round will be over quickly. They have time to plant this one down, but barely. Do they have the timing of Toka on their minds? Toka just wraps around the pillar and stepping and getting the kills. In the end, some chill girls up on 7. They're in the lead at halftime for sure against a comp that should enable your attack more than your defense.
And again, we're coming down to situations where not only do they have an advantage in numbers, but also in weaponry, but the Syringes are still able to make it competitive.
One enemy remaining.
Bringing a 4v2 to a 2v2, forcing a showstopper as well out of the Rays, which going into the next few remaining rounds of the half, it's definitely an added bonus. We've got the rifles back out. For an A-heavy default, wanting to try and insert Anita over towards Heaven. Have an opportunity for a linchpin in this round to be able to rotate around. A Spike heads over towards B. Anita desperately wants to find a kill, desperately wants a pick. An advantage to go in their favor to bring questions onto the positions of A, but the issue is they've just double pushed down A. They know there's no one else to follow, so that's going to be the go signal onto B. Safia's going to be tested towards backside.
But also her own part towards Anami there as well. And she gets 2 for her liking. You're pushing all of my smoke into my domain. And I will hold it from the backside. Safia. Back to her game 1 shootings. Gets another kill. But Bobby shoots herself into a 1v1. Devil Exa in the end able to clear this one out. But it got way too close for comfort in the end there for some chill girls. This one, to be pretty honest, should have ended earlier. And with less casualties. But you're able to buy up again. Money-wise, this all works out. Triple kill of Nami is what saves you. Bobby's making some heroics there, but in the end, not able to close it out.
This goes here.
What a statement that they have an opportunity to do. Opportunity to put 9 on the board, looking at the bio-surrenders. A lot of half shields. Sacrifices in weaponry for a few. They have the ultimates to work with. An Astral ultimate could be nice for a quick pop out B to try and get onto site. Be able to isolate the players towards backside, away from those towards Heaven. And even in a showstopper just to boot. Explosive options available. Last round and a half, it's use it or lose it. Talking about use it or lose it. Nami playing precarious situations with their life.
And she gets 2
Down B.
clicks, 2 heads, but Anita also able to pull off the same feat. Now the B side is off. Anita with the spike on side needs to plant it really, really quick.
No one's holding this
Does Skyhold
Last
get her?
player standing. Spike down.
Bobby only able to get a double kill in return to this one. Spike still not planted. Alexa's positioning is annoying, but she can play a little bit around the pillar. Need to recover the spike first before they can put any pressure on the breach here. Decide for the direction. It was the correct one. But Bobby saves the round for her team.
Switching sides.
8 and 4 surrenderers at least get a 4th round for the end of the half because Bobby is popping off, top fragging for her team. Turret Elysian right here and right now. Trying to save this round after Nami started it off so promising.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that flash just clips the corner, so it's hiding behind the default box plant, so the players just weren't flashed. Devil Exa had the right ideas. Just faltered on the execution. And that gives Surrenderers a 4th. A way back in. Definitely would be supported by a pistol. Try and get this gap up to 2. Get a 6-8 scoreline. Especially with an early flash over towards B. Gonna be aware of presence. Even Jade Moss peeking to me is gonna confirm at least 3 or 4. So that's gonna be the rotations they're gonna be pulling over.
They are on site. Leaving this actually completely to some chill girls. Nobody wants to fight this one aggressively. Jade Moore holding the angle in alley.
Planted.
Finds the first contact, but no damage done. In from heaven. Also some shots, but no damage. All of them collectively. From behind. 3 players here and behind them. Devalexa would spot at least 1 or 2 of them. Bobby gets a frag. Bobby gets 2. A second one into the backside as well. The dropping Elysian will be welcomed by Sophia. And in the end, it's just down to Bobby once again. But she also... 2 for her. It's one-shot range. Also with the classic with a headshot. And Bobby loses out the round. Just some chill girls on 9. Surrenderers are losing their most important pistol round of this series.
I'm following the pattern. The pistols are getting split, so we really are seeing a more competitive game in the sense of you're not just getting 4 rounds on the ball straight away from winning these pistols, getting the conversion, getting the upper hand on the economy. It really is back and forth with these, but the issue is there's been a clear superior team in regards to the rifle rounds so far this game. And you have to look towards Toka on some chill girls. Somebody who's been so consistent in supportive utility. She's got double digits in assists, but also in the kills. She's top in the leaderboard and being a real factor, whether it's in clutch situations or in the pistol just there getting a multi-kill. Really being a thorn in the side for Surrenderers, and especially now as they're grouping up over towards 8, this might be the right call of the stack of Surrenderers, especially an early tag onto Safia.
The rifle at least got a little bit of damage, but Alkia finds Bobby. Finds the first frag. Also Safia, the shots into the backside. Ori found on screens. Not able to get anything going with the rifle. Alkia is the only one with a Bucky. Showed a lot of promise with it on Sunset when she closed out the last round with a triple kill with it. To pull magic off again. Heroics needed from the young duelist player. So that smoke and probably pop out of it. Once the flash lands. Still no contact.
Playing for exits. Do as much damage as you can on the way out. Make the bonus as weak as possible. But the issue is they're going towards Jademar. All 4 exiting into the Bucky. This could be scary. Good for 1. Good for 2. Good for 2.5. And you're talking about that. Sure, we're hyping up some eco kills, but the amount of damage that they can do in this round in particular going into the next, there's going to be a question whether they want to reinvest in regards to the money that they have on some of the players. Like you can see Deviluxo wanting to buy up that Vandal, or they just play as an eco. They have the round advantage. And this is where things can get precarious. They can either push the advantage even further. We're looking at an 11-4 scoreline. Or they could possibly be ruining their economy further and further down the line. Toka and Ali...
I don't like the buy of
have
Devalexa.
Money?
Don't like the Devalexa up buy. On 200 credits only. Nothing to show for in the next round if they are losing it. The first frag falls over towards Surrenderers. That Outlaw. Some value going for it. Flash. Just to push Anita off the high angle. Guy has still been spotted. Side. Nami's lurk is something that might impact the game a little bit more than we expected.
And the cycle of smokes towards mid is just a permanent denial. You have the Omen, you have the Astra smokes. As soon as they go down, you have the Viper orb going up. So this has definitely delayed a lot of time off the advance of some chill girls. And now, 45 seconds left on the clock. They're beginning to go and posture up into an A split. A stun comes through, but it's too little, too late. Toka's already fallen over towards main. There has to be a redirect. They have to go over towards B, but look at the rotates. They're not going to beat them. They have to brawl their way out of a bad situation. There's going to be so many players here, Akamask.
And it's a lot of damage. Onto Anita. Bobby in the backside. Moves around the pillars. Bite couldn't be implanted. Off the side of some chill girls. Akia. 1 kill that she can take with her, but it stays that way. Ori converts it in the end. Surrenderers, round number 5. And now, I have to say, the most important round of this whole map. If some chill girls win this round, they're up on 11. Probably sending Surrenderers in a half buy or maybe even an eco.
But they're going to be in a half buy. Look at the money that they're coming into this with. This was because of the force up in the previous. Sure, you still have like 3 rifles coming into it, but you have a Stinger and a Guardian, right? The fact that we had so much of a force up into the previous when the exit kills from Surrenderers came through, that's why they were so important with the Bucky exits, is the fact that if they were to force up into the previous, lose it in which the fashion that they did, coming into this one, there's substitutions in what you have to go for. And this time it's weaponry, a Stinger, a Guardian. You really want to make sure you're putting these rifles in the best position to be taking those contact plays. So if one should fall, they're able to recycle it over to the less fortunate, less financially blessed players.
And those Jademore exits are coming in huge right now. Those kinda saving the Surrenderers. Maybe even the map, because now they have a chance to come back into this one. Now they have a chance to make the comeback happen and to bring it maybe into another overtime today. Toka finding the frag onto Anita. This might be the moment where we can recover a weapon. Jademore flashes herself onto side, gets one for her liking. Double kill for her. Good side hold.
30 seconds
Bringing
left.
the Surrenderers up front.
Showstopper on plant.
Important part. Do you want to fight this one deep into screens? Paranoia would be still available. Some players need to show themselves before you can pull the showstopper realistically. Now you know that there's a Viper. And the race in there. The showstopper doesn't hit. How did the showstopper miss there? Alkia falls into the hands of Bobby. But where did the rocket go?
Hopefully we can see it on the replay, but yeah, you would have almost felt like that should be a short in. Get that back down to a 2v2, but the issue is the rocket sailed straight past. And yeah, looking at the entry kills here, Jademore really nicely done. Gets the first flash to isolate the second as well.
Has, by the way. 16-7-16 is a scoreline for sure. And with that, some money problems again. For just some chill girls. Are they chill enough to win this one in the end in this high stakes situation? Jademore flashes herself out, a lot of damage has been done with that Stinger, but Ori can trade Alki out. Has the side hold now perfectly. 1 kill, 2 kill. And Anita does the same. The duelist duo just works out perfectly right now. For Surrenderers, it's only down to Sophia. Needs to have a 31-ish kill performance from that first map.
Look how low they are. 1 HP on the Jet. And Viper within, I believe that's 1 body shot, possibly even 2. But the only issue is there's no spike available. Neural theft for Safia, but the issue is she's lurking around the backside. She should spot the rifle. At least she doesn't want to pull the trigger, but she misses the shot she has on Elysian. Quick reactions in regards to the flick. They just weren't considering it at all.
No awareness at all for that wraparound. And I think
save from embarrassment, realistically, Elysian with that flick. Thankful the player's on low HP.
Like, you can't lose that round. If you lose that round, after building it up that well, because your oversight is, oh, there is a player that maybe comes from heaven, I think then you're not happy with the outcome of it. At all. Especially since, considering it was an eco round. But now, fast go on A again. Omen porting into the backside. Jademore flashes herself out. No damage found. No kill found. Alexa also. Another one of Elysian. The Outlaw doesn't find any targets up there in heaven. Anita still onto that smaller Sniper rifle. Surrender us down to players. Can they even consider retaking this one? Anita needs to upgrade her weapon. This one next to her, but gets spotted by Toka. Up on the ground. Last 2 players or screens. Awareness should be there, and they're saving their weapons. Not willing to give over even more of the advantage to some chill girls. And now that they have broken through, it's getting dire for Surrenderers. Perfection is needed for them for the remainder of this map.
Said further advantages for some chill girls. Hopefully Surrenderers are also chill girls and they're not going to let this get to them. The fact that they've been able to fight back, get to this 5th map, and the prospects of a reverse sweep ready for the taking seems to be falling at the last hurdle, and really nice executes coming in from SCG in the sense of you have the satchels coming over and great timing utility from Devilexa just to push the peak from elbow. They're either going to sustain damage from the aftershock or go into the jaws of Alkia, ready and waiting on site. And like you said, they finally were able to break through that defense on A. Get around on the board. This time, they opt to go for B. Only problem is, are they going to clear the top left? Ori's watched 2 people go in. Ori's watched all 5 go in. She's only good for 2, but that's fine. Bobby is there to help. Safia finally gets rid of the pesky rays.
And the flash of Jade Maw. Both players attacked by this one. Alkia doesn't find any damage. But Safia turns this one into a 2v3 situation. It's a lot more doable. But the main flank, as you already said, crashes into the moment where I call it a doable round. Anita closes it out. 2 frags for the 16-year-old prodigy. 2nd on the scoreboard. Working their ways up again. And it's a big oversight to not check Ori up there on the box.
Yeah, you gotta salute the trigger discipline. Watching the first 2 go in. Sure. Waits for the follow-up just to make sure it's not a fake and you're not calling your teammates over for nothing. And then she just gets Christmas present early. The other 3 walk in, gets 2 throw troubles. Bobby also doubles up with assistance from backside. And here she is. You're going again over towards this B side. This time Bobby has an aggressive headshot angle. Catching the Cypher unawares, but they shouldn't know of anyone else. No one else has showed. Rory's left alone. Close main.
Ultimate. And 2 kills with this one. Just blindly shoots the showstopper into that smoke. And 2 chill girls on the ground. What a hard read by Ori. Devilexa all on her own now. Flawless round by the Surrenderers. And we are having a game right now, Winter. This one isn't over yet. The Surrenderers don't want to surrender just yet. And it's gonna be another eco for just some chill girls as we are nearing the end of this map. As an information from the production, by the way, the longest overtime of this tournament was a 22-20.
I don't think we'll end up going that far. At least some chill girls don't want to. They've already been pushed to 5 maps. They had an opportunity to close it out in 3. The fact that we're here at 5, definitely going to be questioning what went wrong. 11-9 up. An opportunity to put a 12th on the board. Here, managed to sneak their way into vents with a bucky in hand. We've seen how this has gone with a judge for the jet of the opposition, so there's still teeth to this round. Stand towards heaven. Trying to scale up, but it's the nade that's going to be backing off. The timing just does not work out for Alkia. Elysian ready and waiting.
Toka gets another one on Tori. At least 1 trade able to go through for them. Toka trying to push into that smoke, but gets some damage in return. Wants a close range fight, but only damage done onto Jade Maw. Bobby is there to help out. And Bobby is there to frag once again. Top of the board. absolutely consistent for the Surrenderers. Some sheriff shots left and right, not hitting their target. Surrenderers, welcome to the double digits as well. 3 rounds in a row. And we are starting to get into comeback territory. Just some chill girls need to start getting rounds right up and now. Otherwise, we are facing an 11 and 11 round.
It's falling flat. They're attacking rounds, whether it's a straight out B, rush A, even attempting to insert a player towards mids. Every single option so far has been covered by Surrenderers, bar the 1 round we saw Heroics. They were finally able to break through the A-site, but that was after 3 rounds of trying. You can see in the timeline, win the pistol, sure, win the follow-up, then when it gets to the rifles, there's been some struggles.
And Anita pushes in there, pushes forward, finds the frag
I must wait a
with
moment.
an operator. Surrenderers.
Foolish.
But yeah, on the other side, Saphia takes Ori, finds the kill. The Viper's pit in middle takes away so much playmaking potential off of the side of some chill girls. But they need to get through Bobby. They need to get through the anchor. That's her. They are rotating away. It will probably be an A hit. They're not trying to split this one into mid.
Hit still in mid, and that's why they wanted to try and get some information from the side of Surrenderers outwards. Orb on Saphia in main, now redirecting back over towards mid, trying to get a kill. Is gonna not be ready and waiting for Elysian's re-aggression back into a pit, and that closes so many options for just some chill girls into that. They wanted to try and split out into A.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be afforded the chance. Instead, it has to be main peeks out. Anita misses the opportunity, but has the information. Goes for a double dip. Wants to get a second peek off. There's an opportunity. The smoke comes up, but does she dare peek out of it? 13 seconds left. Jademar towards backside. Do we clear this? I don't think we do.
No time. The spike is on the ground. Jademar gets a kill. Elysian as well. Nami's falling down. No time left to plant the spike. Anita finds Arkia in heaven. The Surrenderers are equalizing this game, coming back from an 11 and 5 deficit, 6 rounds in a row. And some chill girls taking this timeout absolutely needed to get back into this game and to
I must wait a moment.
possibly get us into overtime
Foolish.
if the Surrenderers get another round.
Enemy down.
10 seconds left.
No time to clear sight. Press for lack of space, lack of control, and you just get backstabbed. The timeout, you can understand why it's being called. It's been a severe lack of success. 1 gun round they've been able to post. A pistol and the follow-up included in this somewhere, but it's really coming down to the rifles where it's counting. An opportunity now. Get the coach involved. Some strats, a pocket strat that they might have had. We've seen them on a few of the other maps to suit. The conversion rate for some chill girls have been pretty high after these timeouts, especially now that they have some things to work with. They have some ultimates, like Galkia's Showstopper. That can be pretty flashy entry somewhere, but an entry is needed. And they have to capitalize on the space as well, because recently, Surrenderers have been shutting down the door wherever they've come knocking. Towards mid, through the Viper's pit. Walk out B main, there's someone waiting.
Everywhere they go, they wreak havoc.
They have the number.
Taking it out, slow approach towards this game. Not even really defaulting. I think Saphia takes some space. It might be once again an A hit. Those worked out better for some chill girls in the past. They're aware that probably up there this jet might be waiting Luring and waiting. You see the pings coming out. Deep flash. Push Anita off that. Some jump spots. They're just
They want to take the
slow
line
and
of sight. They want to peek into it. Even with the flash, it doesn't matter. Just the one. Zafia trades back out, but the issue is the rotates. Look how quick the rotates came in. There was 3 people on B not 5 seconds ago. They have to fight through everyone.
And there's the good morning committee. David Laksa finds the kill on Tori. But no real follow-up now. They can get Jade more on the backside as well, but Elysian and Bobby are locking the side up as well. It's only down to Sophia
10 seconds left.
against Elysian. And if Elysian has done one thing well today, it's clutching those rounds. And once again, Elysian is here, Elysian is there, and Elysian steps her foot down to clear out this round as well.
And even enough time to take a leisurely stroll, pick up that operator, pass it on to her deal list for possibly the final round
Spike diffused.
of regulation, possibly the final round of this game, of this match,
Match point.
of this tournament, and of 2024. Right, Akamas, this is such an important round for Justin Chillgills to, well, deny the reverse sweep surrenderers have put in front of them. To deny ending this season on a loss. Ending the season second best when they fought their way through against invited teams.
Some fun.
A new mix coming in first here could be the perfect position and setting them up for a great 2025.
Okay, a lot of pace to have him, but there is Elysian. Ready for her. Alkea not overstepping her welcome. Just waiting up there on ramps. The bot should re-clear the area. Did not spot Alkea. Dog was passing through. Now Alkea spotted, needs to move off of her angle. No shots found their target, but look at the lock of Nami. Look at the timing that Nami might have! She doesn't have it! Elysian finds her! Elysian looks back! And Elysian is there! Again, all of the roads lead to Elysian.
Spike down.
Fighting and shooting it out. For the surrenderers, but Alkea storms.
Camera taken out.
Backside, storms backside, storms into screens.
Spike planted.
Kills for herself.
I think Jet's
Only down.
DC'd.
Elysian and Anita.
I don't think Anita's in this. She has not moved off of B main. This could possibly be a 1v3 just to stave off OT. And you're sat with your Jet, your operator stuck in B main. You're left with a situation impossible in front of you. Finally, the Jet is back alive, but too little too late. It has to be heroics if they want to keep this from going into OT. To keep this on the win streak of rounds. Gets the first. Is there any going to be available for the second?
And she gets
There's no time available. Anita comes back just in time, but it's still OT. Guaranteed in this fifth
Switching
final
sides.
map, and it's
Overtime.
because of a DC.
Got your trail.
Poison orb.
Spike down A.
That's so painful, Winter. Imagine you're clawing your way back into this game. You're clawing all the way back into the series. On the brink of a reverse sweep. You kill everyone on the enemy team. And then it's just the time running out because one of your players disconnected. And it's gonna be a tech pause before we're going into overtime, sorting all of these issues out. Dear chat, I think we are going into a short break of the tech pause because it's gonna be a bigger issue for those teams to sort out. So stay tuned. We will be back in a few seconds.
Here.
The tech pause has ended, chat. We are back here with the game. Serenarus with some chill gods. The last overtime of our Valorant year 2024 here on Dive, here in the Game Changers EMEA scene. You know, it couldn't have taken a much better ending with an overtime with two insane teams battling it out up to the fullest of their potential and up to the fullest of times. And now we will have a decision for sure. Yes, this map should probably be over by now if Anita doesn't disconnect the wrong situation, but sometimes it do be like this in online tournaments. Early aggressive push from the Surrenderers up there in heaven. A lot of space taken, some doggos crossing themselves, so the sky should also be known by now. Base has been taken, Jade Mo would surely drop on the spot. That spike quickly, swiftly and smoothly. 5v5 retake scenario, but Bobby finds the entry, finds Nami.
Good timing as well on the peak, and looking at this spike plan, you not only have an orb on it, but also a double flank, slightly delayed, so catches the timing, and it's all falling apart at the seams. It doesn't matter about the post plant that you have, the utility you have on the spike. It's only Jet left. Gets the first.
Gets the first one. The second one isn't good. Alexa clears it. But when she missed her first shot, I was like, no, not again a 1v3. Would be devastating for some chill girls. They're winning their defensive round.
Out of charge.
Alkia just is like, okay, Alexa, go to the next round. We're just done here. Let's just have some fun. But yeah, Bobby up on the scoreboard. Alkia right behind her, but also Tokka. We still need to talk about this. 19-15-18 is an incredible scoreline for an initiator especially. And now we will see another A execute from the side of some chill girls. Worked out well for some time in the first half, but falling apart at some point. Anita will get the first pick, but the race is already pushed through. Up in heaven, finds Elysian.
That's usually when you go so aggressive over to one site, some options closed for you. Especially how poor both sides have been on the attack. This is looking like it's destined to go on forever. First kill in favor of Surrenderers. The defense, a player up. Readjusting this setup to stack 3 over towards B. The spike not committed anywhere. It's on Devil X over towards mid. Look at the players over towards A.
Alexa now spotted. The spike in hand, should retreat as quickly as possible. And overstay there with the spike. Both players towards screens will be notified that there's some presence on the side now. Drop onto main Alexa. Plant the spike 35 seconds away from possibly winning the tournament. And the flank. Sophia up there on ramps. Tokka and Sophia getting some kills. Bobby also taking part in this. It's a 3v3 situation.
The time's definitely going to be favoring some chill kills onto site, especially when Nami's going to be doubling up towards CT. Have a player jumping at you with a shorty. And now it's all down to Bobby.
All on her own on side. And Alexa closes out the match, the map, and this tournament. And not even only this tournament. Alexa closes out the Valorant year 2024 in the Game Changers EMEA community. My congratulations to some chill girls for winning the Wingwoman tournament, the last big event of 2024. And what a matchup it was.
And you can look at the scoreboard all you want, but realistically at the end, it just does not matter. You will walk away the victor no matter what, no matter how many first bloods, how many kills you got. Denying the reverse sweep Akamask, and you're looking at a situation for the side of Surrenderers. They've got to be having a bitter taste in their mouth. They've pushed it from 0-2 all the way to the 5th and final map, all the way to overtime, and even had the possibility to close it out in regulation. Instead, into overtime it falls and into the hands of Just some chill gills does this final go.
And with this matchup concluding, and with this map concluding, as we already mentioned, this concludes also the Valorant year 2024 for the Game Changers EMEA coverage, and especially also for Dive. But, my friends, we will have a short interview. Winter will do this for the end of today's broadcast with the winning team. So, friend, if you're ready, send them over. Oh, and that's me. Hello, Toka. How are you doing? I hope we can hear you right now. Hello,
Can you? Hello?
friend. Do you hear her? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. This one is on me. Hello, Toka. How are you doing? Congratulations for winning this one.
Thank you. I'm good.
You're good. It's been quite late at this stage of the day. How do you keep up at this point in time, especially after five maps and then still going into overtime?
I mean, it's fine. We're just the players, so we have to play like this every time. So it's fine. Play best of 5.
What's also interesting to me, you like Serenus just started rolling and started getting some momentum in the series, and you nearly fell to that reverse sweep. What was going through your head in this moment, especially coming to the 5th map, and then only barely closing it out in the overtime?
To be honest, I was mad that we didn't win on bind, and but after I just said to myself that we're gonna win, because it's like better 100%, and even overtime's not gonna catch us, and just focus and play together, trade, and that's it.
This was the last bigger event in EMEA of 2024. What is your outlook on the 2025 season next year and the Game Changers environment as a whole?
I don't know how to answer this question. I mean, like, is this gonna change something, or is for myself, or how? I don't know.
For yourself mainly.
I mean, I hope I'm gonna play somewhere, and with good teammates, and perform well also.
We had a lot of people today cheering for you guys on the chat. Do you have some words for the people out there cheering for you throughout the whole series, realistically?
Yeah, of course. I want to say thank you everyone who supported us on Twitter and behind us, like our friends, boyfriends, girlfriends. It's really helped us to win this match, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much, Toka, for the interview. Have a good evening. Give some greetings to the team from us casters and all of the production, and we will hear from each other hopefully next year.
Yeah, thank you also, guys, for observing us and casting for this in this late time. So thank you. See ya. Bye.
Bye. And Winter, with those words, I think we are at the end of our broadcast as well. This was, as I already mentioned, the last broadcast of Dive in 2020 and 2024. We had some amazing casts throughout the year, some amazing people working on this project, like Dive as a whole. I mentioned it already in the longer tech pause. Feels really like a sworn-in community, and a lot of people with genuine passion for what's happening in the Game Changers community, with genuine passion for Valorant and the promise that the Game Changers are making. We are all looking forward to the next year, and we are thinking that this year was probably just the first step to something much, much bigger as well. And I want to give some special shout-outs to all the people in the background today. I have to give credits where credits due. Winter asked for the list for this one. I would just steal this away from her. I would just give a special love to our producer friend, who's down there, who's sitting here with us in The Voice for all of the tournament, together with sometimes Magnum joining in, sometimes Magnum also producing, but Fran is basically as in the whole tournament been with us, and also Jota as the main observer, Korriban doing replays, Gav at the head ups, and Xandy as the league ops today, the admins in the background. All the love to those people, and chat, please also give some love to them. I think those people are really who are carrying this broadcast and the whole production thing, because, you know, we're sitting here, we are yapping, right? We're doing our jobs, but those people, you mostly don't even see them. You don't, you know, they are not recognized as much as we are possibly, and, you know, just giving some love to them in the background, and I hope you do it as well in chat. Winter, I will give you the final words, because that was it from me. Thank you very much for everything in 2024 to Dive, and also to all the people in the chat supported this project. And then have a good one. Have Merry Christmas, and come good into 2025.
And I think just adding on to that is this tournament is the end of the season for a lot of the EMEA Game Changer girls, and 95 teams participated. So it really is something that we want to get more people involved in, really lift up the GC players in the scene, and give an opportunity for you guys to compete, especially, sure, it's not necessarily the top tier of tier 1 Game Changers, but it really is an opportunity to see some of the mixed teams, and especially in the off season, see some of these players that are well known from all corners of the earth come together in a mix, and that's exactly what we've seen here. And especially with just some chill girls, I'm so excited to see this core going into 2025, but it's sort of the same sentiment for everyone that's competed, that this is a stepping stone to greater and better things. I'm sure that they're all capable of. And yeah, just a big thanks to everyone behind us. Obviously you can see us, you can hear us, but you, again, like Akama said, you don't see everything that goes on in behind the scenes, all the admins and everything that goes into putting on this tournament for you guys. So we do hope that you've enjoyed, and also see you guys in 2025. We're not going anywhere, and I hope you aren't either, because there's so much more for GC to give going into next year.